All right, can I get a motion from an advisory member to start the meeting?
Second.
Thanks.
Sorry about that, Steve.
That's all right. We'll do a roll call vote to open the meeting. Wasim Basili. Wasim.
Can you hear me?
Now we
Yes.
can.
Now. Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. This is the meeting of the Sherborn Advisory Committee of Saturday, March 26th, for the purpose of holding a public hearing on the warrant articles of the Sherborn Annual Town Meeting of 2022. We are currently missing two advisory members, Mark Albers and Natalie Weir. I'm going to give Mark a few minutes to show up. Natalie we knew she was going to be out of town. There were unfortunately conflicts with certain advisory members with all of the options for this hearing. So no matter what I picked, somebody was going to be absent. If someone could just shoot Mark a quick text message just to make sure he's got like the right Zoom link or something. The public hearing itself is going to begin at 8:45. Typically, we call the meeting a little bit early just in case there are any last minute agenda items to add. I do not have anything to add. Do any of the other advisory members have any agenda items that they want to add to this meeting besides the public hearing?
Steve?
Yep.
Hey, I just want to take a moment. This is my 6th and final year on the advisory committee, and I want to express my gratitude to all of those who serve on this particular committee. I've appreciated working with you guys, and I look forward to finalizing things on a town vote. I want to say also thank you to all the people who show up for everything in town government, from those who are working for the town full-time and have to take time out of their schedules in evenings and on weekends to do the extras, to those who join boards and committees and are active in town government. I think town government thrives when citizens are active participants. And so I greatly appreciate all of you who are a part of this town's government.
Thank you, Stephen. Of course, I want to acknowledge your contributions to the advisory committee and to the town. I know you were a second-year member when you were thrown into the role of advisory chair, which I can attest is a very difficult job, and you handled that for multiple years. And I've certainly appreciated your help and guidance in the transition to my job as the chair. And I can only hope that I can be as useful to the next advisory chair. So thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you for the kind words. Much appreciated. You're doing a damn fine job.
All right, let's see. Mark Albers has entered the meeting. And the other thing I know, Jane, you had said that you had to be off camera momentarily, but I also do just want to ask that all the advisory members at least try to remain on camera for as much of the meeting as you can. Of course, guests can do as they please. Additionally, just for the information of all of the various attendees, again, you have the ability to change your name as displayed on the screen. So if you could please just indicate in your name if you have an association with the town as either an employee or as a member of a board or a committee. I think that's just helpful for anybody in attendance, because although most of advisory probably knows who you all are, I think maybe some of the general public won't know who you are. Thank you. And the select board is also going to be in session at this hearing. I believe they're in another meeting right now, so we will wait for the select board to show up before we actually start the hearing as well. All right, Diane, you have your hand up.
Yeah, the board will be back for when the meeting starts at 8:45. They went into recess.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Well, let's see. With that, I don't think that I have a lot of other comments to make prior to the hearing itself, because anything I want to say about the hearing, I don't want to say until until we actually open the hearing. But does anyone from advisory have anything that they want to say or share? Right, otherwise, I think we'll just wait here for 5 minutes to actually start the hearing.
Steve, just
Mark,
want to
you
say
Oh, no, go ahead, Wasim.
to Steve also for being a member of advisory as well. Sounds like.
Wasim, just so you know, your audio seems to cut in and out. And if you have if it's automatically picking up your voice and failing, but
Is it any better? No.
it was, all I got was better, no. Usually your audio is pristine, so I'm not sure what's happening today.
Just wanted to say thank you to Steve. So.
Well, thank you
if
for thanking
you
me.
heard, no, also for Steve Leahy.
Oh yeah, great. You can thank both
Thank you.
Steves, that's fine.
Multiple, we'll all take it.
We'll all take thanks. Everybody at the public hearing is welcome to shower all of advisory with many thanks, but just keep it under 2 minutes. Mark, you missed at the beginning before you came on. You have the ability to change your name on screen. So if you could just change it just so that it says Mark Albers, comma, advisory vice chair or something of that nature. I see a couple of select board members are now rolling in. First select board meeting that I didn't attend in a couple of months, so hopefully there wasn't anything super important discussed at the select board meeting that I missed.
Nothing too exciting.
I also do, of course, want to thank all of the various town employees and committee members that are currently in attendance for all of the hard work that they've done over the past 2 years. It's been very challenging. Certainly as the chair of advisory, I've had a much deeper look into how this town operates and how hard everybody is working, really, I think above and beyond the call of duty in many cases. And it's with great appreciation that I truly say thank you for all the service that you guys have been providing to the town. I do have one question. I see Amanda Zaretti, town council, that you are here. If you are around, yes, I wanted to ask you a quick question because we have a very long warrant this year, and I'm trying to run this efficiently. And I had some discussions with Eric Johnson and Mary Wolf last night about the possibility of running consent agendas during the public hearing in the same way that the moderator does at the town meeting. Is there any legal reason why I cannot do that?
Sorry,
That's right.
was on mute. I just nodded my head, and what I was saying is yes, that's absolutely permissible. The moderator will put a vote to the floor of town meeting to get the assent of the voters to the consent agenda. Okay,
and so at the public hearing then today, basically, I can also run consent agendas for
yes,
basically the formulaic ones, essentially, or things. There's several that are clustered together as separate articles, but are actually very similar to one another. So I wanted to run consent on those as well.
Yes, you may do so.
Great, thank you very much.
For now, I'm going to keep my camera off, but I am present.
Okay, thank you very much. Eric or Diane, did you guys close the select board session, and do you have to reopen it here, or are you still actually in open session?
We're still in session. We specifically comment at the end of it that we can change to Zoom location, but we're open session basically until the end of this meeting.
Okay.
And we have one agenda item actually at the end of this meeting, and that is for the select board to vote on the the election, vote on the ballot, I should say.
Thank you. All right, it is 8:45, and all of the advisory members are present, so I'm going to open the public hearing. So this is the advisory public hearing for the articles of the annual town meeting warrant. We do this every year. Essentially, we are going to go through all of the articles of the warrant, and we're going to have a presentation where appropriate on each article, followed by a public comment period, and then an advisory discussion period, and then a second public comment period, and then an advisory voting session. Just so that everybody is aware, this is an exceedingly long warrant this year. There are 33 warrant articles. And so I'm going to try to run this pretty efficiently. And there are time limits. So presenters will have 5 minutes to present, and then each public comment will have a 2-minute time limit. And I'm also going to request that people not repeat themselves or repeat comments that others have made. We mostly want to hear new information when people have comments. I'm going to try to be fairly strict with the enforcement of the time limits this year, just to try to get through the meeting. Also, just to let you know that I have made Jeff Waldron of the Select Board as the co-host of this meeting. So he will be monitoring the waiting room. He will also be doing the timing. So if you hear Jeff Waldron say that your time is up, that is sort of the official timer. I would also ask that all people who are speaking from the public, if you could do a number of things. Number one, please identify yourself before your comments, so with your name and your street address. Or if you are from out of town, if you could just mention sort of your relationship to either the town or to the article that you're commenting on. If you are a town employee or a committee or board member, please state your committee or board association, and whether you are commenting in your capacity as a board member or in your capacity as a town resident. I ask that if you have something to say, please use the raise hand feature of Zoom, because there's multiple pages of people here and I can't see everybody at one time. And if you do raise hand, you automatically come to the top of my list so I can see you. During the advisory discussion sessions, I will give advisory free rein to kind of speak freely. You don't have to use your raise hand feature unless somehow the discussion is getting out of hand and it's chaotic. And I'm also not going to limit advisory members to 2-minute comments. Let's see, that's the sort of administrative portion. I do want to give the town moderator a moment to make some comments, but I do see Eric Johnson, the select board chair, has raised his hand, so I'd like to recognize Eric.
Just a quick administrative thing, if it's okay, I'd ask if either the host or if individuals can just indicate if they're a member of the advisory or the select board on their screen names, the Zoom names.
Yes, thank you. That's a good point. I have already asked the advisory members to indicate so on their on-screen name, but yes, select board. And again, anybody who is in attendance who has an association, you are able to change your name and add your association. And again, Mary Wolf, the moderator, I believe you wanted to make some administrative comments.
Yes, I just wanted to tell anyone who is planning to make a presentation, formal presentation at town meeting, I would like them to get their presentation to Diane at Town Hall by Tuesday, 4/19. So that's a week before the actual town meeting. And we need to get those loaded onto the computer and so forth so they can be presented that evening. But please do that and notify me that you are making a presentation. That's at wolf.moderator@gmail.com.
All right, thank you, Mary. And now for a few other administrative things about specifically how this hearing is going to run. Normally, we run from the first to the last warrant article in order during this hearing. We don't usually make an exception, but this year we are making one exception, which is the Article 33, the Citizens Petition Declaration of a Climate and Ecological Emergency. The primary sponsor of this article is a sophomore high school student at DS High School, which is incredible. But she has requested that for the sake of managing her day in terms of schoolwork, that we take that article early rather than late in the hearing. At the last advisory meeting, advisory agreed to that request. And just so you know, Dover Warrant, which is the analog to Sherborn Advisory for our neighboring town, also is allowing the students to present early. So we're going to take that article first rather than last. Additionally, in an attempt to make this meeting go a bit faster, I'm going to be doing some consent agendas in the same way that the town moderator does consent agendas during the town meeting. I'll explain how that works when we get to it, but essentially we're going to cluster some of the more similar articles together into single public comment, advisory discussion, and voting sessions to try to save some time. So usually the advisory chair will make some general comments about the financial sort of situation of the town. I'm going to try to keep that brief this year, again, in an attempt to keep this meeting moving. So overall, I think that the best way that I can explain the town's financial situation right now is tight but controlled. So the budget is, again, it's very tight. The tax rate, as we all know, is fairly high. But if we look at the trend of how the tax rate has been moving over the past 5 years, it is generally a downward trend. This year, of course, the tax rate has dropped precipitously to $19.03 per thousand of assessed value. And there are a couple reasons for that. One of them is that the home values have sort of famously been skyrocketing lately. And then last year's town meeting, we also approved an article that allows the assessor to collect new sales and construction information up to June 3rd rather than January 1st, which effectively gave several months worth of additional data to be included in the town valuation. So depending on how the home values go, we don't necessarily expect that there's going to be a continued precipitous decrease in the tax rate. Everyone in all the town departments have been doing an excellent job of keeping their budgets under control, but there are, as everybody is aware, some significant upward pressures from inflation, which has been about 7.5% over the past year. As a result, we have increased the cost of living adjustment for the town employees by 4%, which sounds high, but it's actually below inflation. So it's, I don't know that that was profligate spending, but as a result, the omnibus budget that we are discussing today has an overall increase of just over 5%. So there's upward pressures. The real estate situation is doing well, but I think that it is probably going to flatten out. And then one of the issues is that there are very few sort of solid opportunities for new growth in the upcoming several years. So there's a problem that our revenue base is not going to be increasing. So it will still be important to keep our spending down. And then one of the issues is debt service has been rising precipitously due to several sort of large ticket items that we have approved over the past few years. And in the upcoming years, we still have several additional very large ticket items. And they're not frivolous items. They're necessary things like roofs for the school. There's going to be another fire engine coming up in a few years. Just when we look at our forecast for debt, it's going to keep on going up. And without an increased or expanded revenue base, it's going to make it difficult to keep our tax rate down. But again, right now, I believe that we are under control. So that's my general summary and overview of where the town is financially. And with that, I would like to move on to the public hearing on the warrant. And as I noted, our first article under discussion is actually going to be Article 33, which is a citizens petition declaration of a climate and ecological emergency. I believe Ellie Hyde is here to present, and anybody, all potential presenters, you have the ability to share screen, so you can feel free to share screen. And again, just to remind all presenters, you have a time limit of 5 minutes, which will be enforced by Jeff Waldron, and then any comments are going to be restricted to 2 minutes. All right, Ellie, it's all you.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen, and I am going to be presenting with Angela, who is also a sophomore.
Great.
So we are representing the Politics Subcommittee of the Dover-Sherborn Sustainability Task Force, which is an environmental group of Dover-Sherborn students, staff, and community members with a mission to encourage conservation in our communities, spread awareness about environmental issues, and create change in our community that'll move us towards a more sustainable future. And our article calls on Sherborn to declare a state of climate and ecological emergency.
We are in a state of climate crisis. Climate change has caused more frequent and severe flooding and heavy rain, droughts, extreme heat, and wildfires. We are additionally experiencing sea level rise, worse air quality, lower water quality and quantity, and temperature rise.
This graph shows change in temperature over the past 150 years. As we can see, the average temperature has risen significantly in recent years, and we've already experienced a 1 degree Celsius increase in temperature. The spike in the 1940s can be attributed to World War II, and lots of climate legislation was passed in the 70s, which may explain the brief decrease in temperature.
Runoff from storms contains toxins from our streets, cars, and buildings. This water sinks into the ground and risks getting into our wells. Sherborn is solely dependent on residential well water, meaning that if our well water is contaminated or runs dry, we have no alternative source of water.
More frequent events of high precipitation can lead to erosion, which is what happened to Seawalt Brook, a failed culvert in Sherborn last September. It can be easy to ignore environmental changes, but it's becoming increasingly apparent how personal the negative effects of climate change are. Examples of damage like this are and will become more apparent in the near future.
Cyanobacteria blooms have been observed for the first time ever at Farm Pond the past 2 summers. Cyanobacteria is commonly referred to as a harmful algae bloom because as it dies and cycles deeper in the water, toxins are released and it can be dangerous for humans, especially younger children. It is also fast spreading and becomes hard to control after the spread has started and the algae sinks and rises in the water.
Here's some action Sherborn has recently implemented or is currently working on. We became a green community in 2011. We calculated a townwide greenhouse gas inventory in 2020. We've hired 2 sustainability coordinators. We've increased insulation and air sealing at Pine Hill Elementary. We've installed efficient LED lighting in all town buildings and streetlights, implemented large solar installation at the Town Department of Public Works building in 2017. We have a cleanup throughout the month of April and why littering letters, and we are currently preparing a town-wide climate action plan to further lower the town's carbon footprint. Though we are making progress towards reducing Sherborn's carbon emissions, we still have work to do.
So our article declaring a climate emergency asks the town to create a climate action plan that addresses and explains the benefits, costs, strategies, and tactics for reducing climate-wide greenhouse gas emissions. We also ask that the town identify, prioritize, and publish a list of projects that reduce the town's greenhouse gas emissions and communicate to all town departments, businesses, and residents the critical need to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions as soon as possible. We must focus on solutions that get to the root of the problem and prevent climate change from worsening. While it's also important that we adapt and come up with solutions, climate mitigation is the most important for us in making a difference.
24 Massachusetts towns have already passed climate emergency declarations, and many of these communities are located on or around Cape Cod, where more severe effects of climate change are becoming increasingly apparent.
We owe it to future generations to protect our planet and pass on a world that is not devastated beyond help. By passing this emergency declaration, Sherborn acknowledges that the issues we currently face, expresses its support for the cause, and pledges to take action. As students who are not old enough to vote, we ask that the people who can support this article to protect not only our futures, but those of generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ellie and Angela. And now I would like to open up the public comment period. So again, anybody from the public can make a comment. Eric Johnson.
Just that on February 12th, the select board voted 4-0 to support this article.
Thank you. Michael Lesser.
Michael Lesser, 54 Forest Street, speaking on behalf of the Energy and Sustainability Committee and the Sustainability Coordinators. The Energy and Sustainability Committee and Sustainability Coordinators unanimously support this article. Addressing climate change is critical for our town and the world and can only be done by working together. This article would reinforce our community's commitment for action. The article usefully instructs the town to find ways to reduce greenhouse gases further and be in line with the 2021 Massachusetts Act for Climate Policy. This will require significant work that will yield benefits of far greater magnitude over time. First, the article asks the town to reinforce its efforts to develop programs to reduce emissions from our cars, homes, and town operations. And we could do that using, for example, electric vehicles, heat pumps, insulation, rigorous building codes, and renewable-based electricity. Could also ask the town to promote community involvement in a town-wide climate action plan that would lay out how to meet emission reduction targets, as well as to strengthen the resilience of our town infrastructure to deal with extreme and changing weather events. Second, it also helpfully points out that Sherborn can use its trees and forests to store carbon, as well as provide habitat for ecological diversity. Third, the article asks us to factor in environmental justice, as the cost of climate change fall disproportionately on some groups, and a sustainable path forward can promote equity, good jobs, and improved air quality. Third, and lastly, the article asks us to work on initiatives beyond our town at the state and federal levels. The participation of our students who will bear the consequences of our actions is encouraging. This next generation will hopefully also reap the benefits of a future where our actions can create a sustainable and lower cost world. We look forward to working with them, and we hope everybody supports this article. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. All right, the floor is still open for any additional public comment. And again, I ask that you use the raise hand feature. Yes, I see Fred and Joanne Cunningham. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd just like to point out that, first of all, I'm not going to be around when climate change really hits hard. This is about protecting the future, but also Sherborn is a unique place where this little island of true environmental capacity in the middle of places that are developing quite quickly. And I think us making a public statement that we see the emergency and we're going to take action about it is incredibly important. And lastly, congratulations, students, for bringing this up.
Thanks, Fred. All right. Again, the floor is open for any additional public comments. I'll recognize Paul Durensis.
Hi, everybody. Paul Durensis, 262 South Main Street. I think it's very important to support this article because it's a way for all of us who volunteer for service in the government to make a commitment to ourselves, to the town, and to the future. So I see this article as the means by which we focus on the issue and each of us make that commitment that we are going to do whatever we can to deal with climate change, protect the environment, and preserve Sherborn and the planet for future generations. So I urge support of this.
Thank you, Paul. All right. Any additional public comments? Yes, I'd like to recognize Debbie Demaro. Debbie, you're okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, good morning, everybody. I want to underline what Paul just said. And I think Sherborn should be on this list of towns that have already signed up with this. We like to be on the cutting edge of most good things in this state. And I think the girls have done a great job. And I think it's just going to underline what Sherborn is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we're still in the initial public comment period. Anybody else would like to make another comment? Please use the raise hand feature. Last call for public comments. All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the initial public comment period and open the advisory discussion session. First off, again, I've said this before when you guys presented to me the first time, or to us the first time around, but just incredible kudos to Ellie and Angela and any of your classmates who are involved with this. I am still just in shock that high school sophomores are exhibiting this degree of civic engagement. When I think about what I was doing as a high school sophomore, it's I mean, frankly, it's embarrassing. And so, again, kudos to you, and I hope that you can see that your actions will not be futile. And again, thank you so much for bringing this forth. With that, I would like to open the floor to any advisory discussion.
Steve, Peter Galatano, advisory member. I am not muted, so everyone can hear me.
You're good. You're good.
I do support this measure. I think it's a, as I mentioned in previous meetings, a call to action to the citizens to put it in the forefront of everyone's mind that this is happening, and that we can actively do something as individual citizens and as a community to help mitigate or alter some of the effects that we've been seeing over the last few years, decades.
Thank you. Any other advisory comments? I do want to just ask you guys a few quick questions just to clarify. This petition, are there any binding mandates in it in terms of by passing this, would the town be required to do anything specific?
No, so our article has no binding or mandatory language. It just lists suggestions of things the town could do, but mainly emphasizes that like that we need to educate citizens and start taking measures, whatever they may be.
Thanks. And if we were to implement this, do you anticipate that there would be specific costs to the town in order to implement the recommendations here?
There might be costs associated. Again, nothing is mandatory or binding, but these spending money now to prevent the consequences of climate change in our town would be less than money that would be needed, that we would need to spend in the future to deal with cleaning up the aftermath.
Thank you. And yep, go ahead.
So, hi, Steve Leahy on the advisory committee here. One of the bullet points in this excellent, well-researched article here is just talking about to have researched and developed by the following annual town meeting, so basically a year and a few months from now, a action plan for Sherborn. And I guess my only question there is, this falls to the select board, I believe, to determine a department or committee to then create a climate mobilization action plan. And I was just wondering, Ellie, if you guys are sponsor or any of the other people have been a part of researching this with you or the departments you've talked to, do you guys have a plan of which committees or boards would be tasked with creating this climate mobilization action plan?
We have not discussed that as a group, but we can begin discussing that and we can share that information when we have it.
And I do believe that the climate action plan is a project that the sustainability department is already working on. Is that I do see a couple sustainability people here, but can we just confirm that that is already something that's under your umbrella?
Thanks, Gina.
And sorry, jumping in, I'm the second sustainability coordinator, and I want to say yes to that question as well. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying.
All right. Any other advisory comments? I am firmly in support of this, and I've yet to hear anybody from advisory or select board or anyone in the public come up with a meaningful reason to oppose this. So if anybody is in opposition, this will be your last chance. All right, with that, I'm going to close the advisory discussion period and I'm going to reopen public comment. So anyone from the public can again make a comment. Again, ask that you use the raise hand feature if you would like to comment. Last call for public comments. All right, seeing none, I am closing the public comment period and I am opening the advisory voting session. Can I get a motion from an advisory member relative to Article 33, the Citizens Petition, Declaration of a Climate and Ecological Emergency?
I move favorable action on this article.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second for favorable action. Does anyone from advisory have any further comment or discussion about the motion that is on the table, which is favorable action for declaration of a climate and ecological emergency? All right, hearing no more discussion, I'm going to begin the roll call vote. Mark Albers?
Aye.
Wasim Basili? I believe that was an aye. I saw a raised hand. Brendan Daly?
Aye.
Peter Galatano?
Aye.
Stephen Leahy?
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo?
Aye.
Dan Sickle?
Aye.
And I am also an aye. So the motion carries 8-0. Thank you very much, Ellie and Angela, and everybody who's been involved with this.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, so now with that, we're going to move back to the beginning of the warrant with Article 1, and many of these articles at the beginning are somewhat formulaic, so I am proposing that we consider them as a consent agenda. So the way that this is going to work is I am going to read out the article numbers and titles for each of the first 8 articles. If any advisory member would like to call a hold on an individual article for separate discussion because you feel that it may not be a clear-cut vote, just feel free to call a hold and we'll take that one out. Otherwise, we will then do the standard procedure of opening a public comment period, then advisory discussion, a secondary public comment period, during which time anybody from the public or advisory can discuss any of the articles. And then we'll do a voting session for all of them combined. Right after I read the articles, I will probably ask the various sort of proponents or people in the government who understand the articles to give a very brief introduction to each article, just to explain what they are about prior to the public comment period. All right, is that clear to everybody? Great, so I am proposing that the following articles be considered as consent agenda. Article 1, reports. Article 2, fiscal year 22 supplemental appropriations. Article 3, other post-employment benefits, OPEB liability trust fund. Article 4, Pre-Municipal Modernization Act bond premiums. Article 5, rescind borrowing from ATM 2021, Article 10, line 6. Article 6, cemeteries. Article 7, revolving funds. Article 8, stabilization funds. Right, excellent. With no holds, we're going to consider all of these as a consent agenda. But first, I'd like to go through each one with a quick presentation to explain what they are about. Article 1, reports, I believe I can handle. Essentially, it reads, to hear and act on the reports of various town officers and committees as contained in the annual town report or otherwise presented. Essentially, the town has to allow the reports to be delivered so that the town meeting can happen. Article 2, supplemental appropriations. Normally, the finance director would present this, but she was one of the people who was pre-scheduled to be out today. So I am going to handle this one. So essentially, this article is for the purpose of various budget items for the current fiscal year. So that's the one that we're in, fiscal year 2022, where certain budgets may be going over budget in, generally speaking, an unforeseen way. There are certain budgets where this is allowed, and this year we have one budget, which is snow and ice, which essentially we have a supplemental every year for. And the current amount for the supplemental appropriation of snow and ice is $121,000. Article 3, OPEB liability trust fund. Let's see, this is probably also one that the finance director usually will present, so I will handle this. So the other post-employee benefits is it's a liability that the town has. It's I don't remember the exact number for what the OPEB liability is currently. Every year we transfer a certain amount of money into it in order to basically cover the post-employment benefits of the various town employees. There was a very good presentation by a consultant to the town at a select board meeting in August. I don't remember off the top of my head the exact date of that, but anybody who is interested in getting details about the current OPEB situation, I would encourage you to find that meeting on either the Dover Sherborn Cable TV website or their YouTube channel and view that. The basic summary is that the town is doing decently well and better than many towns in the state, and we are actually on pace to pay off our OPEB liability in, I believe, 2035, 2040, somewhere around there. You can get the details there, but essentially we are actually working towards paying it off, and we are on track to do so. So the recommendation is going to be for $100,000 from free cash into the OPEB liability trust fund, which is the same as we do every year. Article 4, Pre-Municipal Modernization Act bond premiums. Is the treasurer here to give a quick explanation of that?
Sure, thanks, Steve. So this is for bonds that were issued prior to 2016, of which the town does have a few of them out there. And there were premiums that were paid, and they have to be declared each year to allow those premium to vote this amount to be used for paying off those bonds every year. And the amount is $33,104.54. It's a routine article.
Thank you. And then I believe the next one, Article 5, rescind borrowing from ATM 2021, Article 10, line 6. That one is also yours.
Okay, so the town had voted to borrow money for the Leland Woodhaven well, a public well that needed to be replaced. And the town was able to receive ARPA funding for this amount of money. So we need to have an official vote to take this amount off of our authorized unissued debt that we carry.
Thank you. Article 6, cemeteries. Again, I think this is one that usually the finance director will handle, but essentially there is a cemetery enlargement fund, which essentially it's the cemetery's money, but occasionally they will need to transfer money out of it so that they can actually spend it. And so each year they will let us know how much they believe that they need to use for embellishments and improvements of the cemeteries throughout the town. This year, the amount is $28,000. Article 7 is revolving funds. Again, I believe this is the finance directors, but I've got the numbers here. So we have various revolving funds set up in town where they will collect sort of revenue receipts for various services they provide to the town that are generally occurring outside of the tax levy and outside of the general fund. And they use that to fund the activities for their departments. And so each year a spending limit needs to be set, and it's based on the anticipation of how much they will need, which this year the numbers that they have provided to the town are as follows. For the Council on Aging, $75,000. For the Board of Health Immunization Clinics, $20,000. For the Recycling Committee sale of bins, $1,100. For the Town Forest sale of firewood, $35,000. For Farm Pond, $160,000. For the ambulance, $425,000. For the elder housing, $400,000. For recreation, $250,000. And for the DPW fire and police surplus equipment, it's $82,000. And anybody who is noting, following along with the official warrant, note that some of these numbers are slightly different from what is printed in the warrant. So the elder housing and DPW police fire equipment funds, those are increased from what is in the warrant, and that is based on more recent information that we've received from each of those departments in terms of what they will need. Again, because these numbers are so-called below the line in the warrant, they can be adjusted up to the actual town meetings. But those are the current numbers. And then for Article 8, stabilization funds, I guess, Heidi, can you speak to this one as well? Because I think it's generally on your recommendation how much we're putting into the stabilization fund.
Sure. So this is the town's what's like a rainy day fund, and it's to be used for emergency purposes. And it's become more strict use lately for emergency purposes. And we're recommending transferring $80,000, of which a couple years ago we had borrowed $150,000 from this fund for emergency tree removal. We've been paying back $50,000 in the last couple of years. This would be the last segment of replacing that portion of the 150 we took out, and then adding another 30 to help supplement the fund to try and maintain it at a certain level.
Thank you. And so again, the amount recommended this year is going to be $80,000. All right, so those are the 8 articles that we are putting into the initial consent agenda. I will now open up the public comment period. Recognize Eric Johnson, Select Board Chair.
Thank you. For Articles 1, 2, 6, 7, and 8, the Select Board voted on March 17th to support 5-0. For Articles 3, 4, and 5, the Select Board voted 4-0 to support on February 12th.
Thank you. All right, the floor is open for any additional public comment on Articles 1 through 8. All right, last call for public comment. All right, seeing none, I'm closing the initial public comment period and opening the advisory discussion. And again, these are all for the most part sort of formulaic articles that are more or less the same year to year, other than some of the specific numbers. Rescinding borrowing obviously is not a formulaic one, but essentially it's just saying we didn't actually need the money because we found other sources. Last call for advisory discussion. All right, seeing none, I'm going to close advisory discussion and reopening public comment. All right, last call for public comments. All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and open the advisory voting session. Can I get a motion for the consent agenda of Articles 1 through 8?
Steve, I move favorable action on Articles 1 through 8. Considered together as consent agenda articles and with the following additional information. Article 2, fiscal year 2022 supplemental appropriation amounts with $121,000 to be transferred from free cash to supplemental snow and ice removal. Article 3, that $100,000 from free cash be transferred to the OPEB liability trust fund. Article 6, that $28,000 be transferred from the cemetery enlargement fund. Article 7, that fiscal year 2023 revolving fund expenditures limits be set as follows. Council on Aging and revolving funds, $75,000. Board of Health revolving fund, $20,000. Recycling revolving fund, $1,100. Town Forest revolving fund, $35,000. Farm Pond revolving fund, $160,000. Ambulance revolving fund, $425,000. Elder Housing revolving fund, $400,000. Parks and Rec revolving fund, $250,000. DPW Fire and Police Surplus Equipment Fund, $82,000. And on Article 8, that $80,000 be transferred from free cash to the General Stabilization Fund.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second for the consent agenda. Any additional advisory discussion regarding the consent agenda articles 1 through 8? All right. Hearing none, I'm going to do a roll call vote. Oh, wait, sorry, Steve Leahy, go ahead.
Thank you, Steve. Hey, I just wanted to make a note because it's been raised to me separately, though not in these public hearings. The advisory committee has been through these budget articles numerous times with the different groups and teams and departments from the town, and so this is not a decision we take lightly to go through these as a consent agenda. These have been reviewed multiple times over. This is not the first time we're seeing them. I just want to make that on the record because, again, I've heard commentary in non-public forums about advisors' lack of digging into some of these numbers in the public forum.
Thanks, Steve. I admit that I had that same thought the first couple times that I attended town meeting before I was an advisory and had no idea how the town worked. I was like, wait, what? We're just going to let this go through? Little did I know that the advisory committee had spent every single week talking about them since January 1st. All right, any additional advisory comments before I do the roll call vote? All right, hearing none, roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili. Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion carries. All right, next up we have Article 9, which is the Capital Stabilization Fund. So if we could get a presentation, I believe, Heidi, are you the one who's going to be presenting this one as well?
I can.
That would be good if you are able to, just to explain what the Capital Stabilization Fund is and what the intention is.
Sure. So the investment community is become stricter on the uses of general stabilization funds, which we have, and we've used it for the trees, and it is really going to be for emergency purposes. So I'm proposing, while we have had a healthy free cash balance this year, to use some free cash money, would not be tax money, to start essentially a savings account for capital items that we wouldn't have to borrow every year. It would be putting aside money when we have it, and then looking at as another source of revenue to pay for items as they come up, especially smaller items. So I'm recommending $100,000 this year to, first off, I guess, to establish a capital stabilization fund, and then to fund it with $100,000 from free cash.
Thank you. And then with that, I would like to open the public comment period. I don't know, Eric, did the select board vote on this one yet?
Sorry about that. You caught me doing the research here. Yes, on February 12th, the select board voted 4-0 in favor to support this article.
Thank you. All right, the floor is open for public comment period on Article 9, Capital Stabilization Fund. All right, last call for public comment. All right, I'm closing the initial public comment period and opening the advisory discussion. Any advisory comments about the Capital Stabilization Fund?
Steve, I'll mention that this is a municipal best practice in towns and cities in Massachusetts to have this type of fund. There are other ways of funding it that towns and cities have used in terms of a surtax to the capital intensive departments. That is a future discussion versus just a when you have available funds, but to make a budgeted contribution each year and then take out from the stabilization fund money needed to purchase that capital. But this first step opens the door to all of those benefits. So I favorably support.
Thanks, Peter. And I also want to sort of underscore some of what Heidi's comments were regarding the general stabilization fund in terms of why are we separating out a new capital stabilization fund. And Heidi, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but unlike the general stabilization fund where there is a recommendation that a town maintain that at a particular level relative to the overall town budget, a capital stabilization fund would not necessarily have that same sort of municipal finance recommendation, so that in lean years, we could choose not to put anything into the capital stabilization fund, and we would not be penalized in any sort of an audit situation for that. Is that true?
Yes, no, that is true. And this does not change the process of how the town would still have to go and approve items. It would just be another source of funding. Instead of borrowing or free cash, you would now also be able to have capital stabilization fund as a borrowing source. But any expenditures from this fund would still require going to town meeting.
Yes, and that's important to note that this is not some way to bypass the normal capital project procedure. It would still go through all of the same review by the capital budget committee, by the select board, by the advisory committee, and go to a town meeting vote. And then furthermore, I think one of the ways that this will help is that one of the upward pressures, I think, on the town's sort of overall budget and therefore tax levy is debt service. We as a town use a lot of excluded debt to purchase capital items, and this would be a way where we can build up some capital reserves to essentially purchase some of the smaller items outright rather than using excluded debt. And this hopefully may be a way to keep our sort of future debt service a bit lower. All right, any additional advisory discussion regarding the capital stabilization fund? All right, I would like to close the advisory discussion period and reopen the public comment period. All right, last call for public comments. All right, seeing none, I'm closing the public comment period and opening the advisory voting session. Can I get a motion relative to Article 9, Capital Stabilization Fund?
Move favorable action on Article 9.
And can you also include the amount of money that
Including a $100,000 transfer from free cash. Sorry, Steve.
Any second?
Second.
Thank you. I've got a motion and a second on the floor. Can I get any additional advisory discussion regarding the motion for favorable action on Article 9? All right, hearing none, I'm going to do a roll call vote. Mark Albers,
Aye.
Wasim Basili, Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Steve Leahy,
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Dan Sickle,
Aye.
and I'm also an aye. So the motion carries 8-0. All right, on to Article 10, which is the Omnibus budget. So essentially, this is the entire budget for the town's operating expenses. The way this is going to work is that I am going to read out each individual budget line for each of the departments. While I am reading them out, any advisory member can call a hold on an individual budget item, and we will discuss each held item separately. After I've read all of the budget items, then essentially we will have a discussion and voting session for all of the non-held budgets. Following that, we will take each of the held budget items as a separate, and we'll have a separate comment period and a separate voting period for each of them. So essentially, the budget is like a consent agenda. So I am going to now read out each of the department budget numbers. So for the select board, 331,621. Legal counsel, 80,000. Assessors, 158,218. Treasurer, 97,377. Collector, 155,901. Finance department, 327,989. Advisory committee, 4,500. Conservation commission, 98,041.
Hold.
Sorry, I'm just making a notation there. Planning board, 54,253. Town clerk, 156,876. Election and registration, 25,220. Information technology, $108,911. Town buildings, $295,034. Sustainability, $69,823.
Hold.
Let's see here, where am I? Sustainability. So let's see, that is for general government, a total then of $1,963,764. That does include the held items. All right, now under protection of life and property, the police department, $2,198,833. Fire and rescue, $547,874. Ambulance, $205,000. Inspectors, $113,595. The total for protection of life and property is thus $3,065,302. Onto the schools. So the total operating expenses for the Dover-Sherborn Regional School District is $27,023,813. But the regional assessment for the town of Sherborn is $10,493,873. Tri-County Vocational, 1,667. Sherborn Schools, 7,327,067. Norfolk Agricultural and Minuteman, 24,572. The total for the schools is thus 17,847,179. On to Public Works. We have the Department of Public Works at $1,199,066. Snow and ice, $87,428. Street lighting, $10,000. Solid waste, $339,550. Recycling, $3,230. Cemeteries, $82,500. The total for public works is thus $1,721,774. All right, on to Health and Human Services. The Board of Health is $153,073. Council on Aging, $167,174. Veterans, $6,490. The total for Health and Human Services is $326,737. Culture and Recreation now. For the library, we have $582,798. Recreation, $150,000.
Hold.
For the Historical Commission, $3,400. The Culture and Recreation total is thus $736,198. That includes the held item. On to Insurance and Employee Benefits. For general insurance, we have $209,156. For employee benefits, including OPEB and retirement, $3,152,518. For debt service, $1,794,672. Again, that's $1,794,672. And then the reserve account, $300,000. The grand total then is $31,117,300. All right, so we have the balance of the budgets and held were the Conservation Commission, Sustainability, and Recreation. So we're going to take the non-held omnibus items first. I guess I will There's no real presentation for all of the budgets, so I will simply open the public comment period. Any public comments regarding the omnibus budget, non-held items? Eric Johnson?
Yep, so the select board has not voted on the omnibus budget as we off wait until this hearing to do so. If there's going to be no presentations basically on the non-held items, which makes sense, I'm actually going to call for the select board to make a motion and vote relative to the non-held items as just discussed.
Yes, I'd make a motion that the select board approve the non-held items on the omnibus budget, which includes only Conservation Commission, Sustainability and Recreation is the three that we're not voting on right now.
Jeff, just change that to recommend approval, not approve.
Recommend approval of the omnibus budget as indicated, with the exception of those three items.
I have a second. I have a second by Paul. Okay, all in favor, Jeff?
Aye.
Marianne? That's an aye, I believe. George?
Aye.
And Paul?
Aye.
And I am as well. And just for information for the board advisory and the public, we'll do the individual on the votes on the held items one at a time as they come out after the discussed. Thank you.
Thanks. Public comment period remains open for the non-held budget items for the omnibus budget. Last call for public comment. All right, closing the initial public comment period and opening advisory discussion on the non-held omnibus budget items. I do want to make one comment about information technology. That is a new budget this year, but it is not a brand new budget in terms of it did not appear de novo out of thin air. Essentially, there were many IT-related budget lines in various departments, and over the course of the past couple of years, the town made the decision to pull those out and create one IT department so that it became more clear what the IT expenditures for the town as a whole are. So the number that was read for information technology is largely a combination of various items that were pulled out of other departments. So it isn't actually a new $108,000 worth of spending. All right, any additional advisory discussion regarding the non-held budget items? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close advisory discussion and reopen public comment period. Any additional public comments? Last call for public comment. I'm closing the public comment period and opening the advisory voting session. Can I get a motion from advisory relative to Article 10, Omnibus budget, the non-held budget items?
I move favorable action on Article 10, the non-held budget items.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further advisory discussion relative to the motion? All right, hearing none, I'll take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili. Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion carries 8-0. All right, on to the non-held items. Now, the first one that was held was Conservation Commission, and I apologize. I had informed the chair of the Conservation Commission that most likely his budget would be discussed after 10 a.m., but because we're just so awesome, it's not 10 a.m. yet. So I'm going to delay his until he gets here. So next one that was held was the Sustainability Department. So if the sustainability coordinators have something that they wanted to present regarding their budget, you are free to do so.
Thank you, Steve. I just wanted to say essentially that kind of like IT, this does not represent an increase in funding for sustainability. Since the beginning for the last 2 years, it's funded 13 hours of my time and up to 19 and a half hours, I think, of Dorothea's time. Previously, the way it was set up by the town administrator, there was initially an earmark from the legislature, and then there was an appropriation by the town, and then there was just kind of some using unspent funds in other departments that funded this. But this is a more transparent presentation of the sustainability function, and I think that's all I really have to say. Although I would note that I know the finances are extremely important, and just to point out that over the last year or so, we have generated about $200,000 in revenue between grants and other sources. And we continue to pursue and look for any kind of outside financial support that we can get. And that's it.
Thank you. Dorothea, do you have anything to add?
Thanks, Stephen. I have nothing to add, and given the time constraints, I think this is the gist of the situation.
Thank you very much. And I also, in case people have been following very closely, I just want to point out that initial versions of the budget had Gino's sustainability hours in the planning board department, and we advisory recommended taking those out and putting them into the sustainability department so that it was a bit more clear what, in terms of the actual budgeted activities, were all under that one department, and so that it didn't look like planning board had a huge spike in their budget, which would have been not true. All right, I'd like to recognize Tom Trainer.
Thank you, Steve. I'd just like to add to Gino's and Dorothea's comments, and I'm also a member of the Energy and Sustainability Committee. I mean, we were just treated to a very nice presentation by the two students. It sounded like between the town boards and the residents in town, there was wide agreement to recognizing the climate situation we're in, and the request for a climate action plan for the town, as many other towns are right now issuing. Our two sustainability coordinators will be the key writers of that plan, along with the sustainability committee. So the existing two part-time positions are critical to move forward attacking the climate issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. All right. Any additional public comments on the sustainability department budget? All right, last call for public comment. Eric Johnson.
Yeah, I'll just simply call for a select board vote if for this budget as well. Okay, from the select board, do I have any motions relative to this budget for the sustainability? Yeah, Paul.
Move to recommend approval.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Jeff?
Can we have a little discussion here?
Sure.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Discussion, yes.
Thank you for fixing that, because the initial budget that was presented to us from sustainability did not include, Dorothea made a presentation to us a number of months ago that showed their income, the money they brought in from grants versus what they were spending, but they didn't include part of that budget. So I'm glad that this was changed so it's more transparent to include the full expense of the sustainability. And I think, I mean, questionable of dollar amounts on some of the things, but it does seem to still cover the total amount. So I guess, so we can support it, but I'm glad that this was fixed.
Okay, any other discussion?
Yeah, I would just make one other point that when we compare the cost versus the benefit of sustainability, there's a lot of benefits that accrue to the residents also in terms of, for example, we have, a program we're going to launch soon on the home energy audits that with a vendor that's supporting us. So not all the savings accrue to the towns. Residents who get advice on, changing out air source heat pumps in their house or buying electric vehicles are also contributing to the climate change battle and realizing economic savings themselves rather than the town's budget.
Okay, right. And Mary Ann, I saw you had your little hand raised.
Yes, I was going to say exactly the same as Jeff. I second what he said.
Okay, very good. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I don't think there's any further discussion. I'll collect a vote. Jeff, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mary Ann?
Aye.
George?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And I am as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. All right, so with that, I'm going to open the advisory discussion on sustainability budget.
I just want to say, I appreciate George Morrow pointing out the benefits to having this combined budget line item, able to see everything more transparently. Thank you.
Any further advisory discussion regarding sustainability budget? All right, hearing none, I'm going to close the advisory discussion period and reopen public comment. Last call for additional public comment. All right, I'm closing the public comment period and opening the advisory voting session. Can I get a motion from advisory relative to the sustainability department budget? Don't be shy.
So moved.
What are you moving? You're muted. Steve, you're muted. Can you make a full motion?
So I move favorable action on article and sustainability budget.
Thank you, Mark. Can I get a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call. Oh, sorry. Any further advisory discussion on the motion on the floor? All right, I'm going to take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili. Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion carries. All right, next budget is the recreation. Let's see, is Dave Goldberg
Yep, I'm
here?
here.
Oh, awesome, thank you. And if you want to present something, you can share screen.
Yeah, so Dave Goldberg, I'm the chair of the Recreation Commission. I put together a short presentation. There's a lot of detail behind these numbers, so rather than get into all of it, I've presented some of it to advisory already, but certainly if anyone has any questions, I can drill into some of what's some of the detail if need be. All right. Can you see that okay?
Yep.
Okay. So essentially, for those of you who are not aware, we get about $15,000 a year from the town in terms of our annual budget. And we bring in primarily through field leasing about $130,000 a year in additional money. So the majority of our spending goes towards payroll. So that would be our two part-time.
Great.
Our two part-time individuals plus staffing for things like summer go round and snappers and so forth. And I would say the next biggest budget item we have is painting of the fields. So that's a significant expense year over year. Based off of how much revenue we pull in, we allocate what we think is appropriate to spend after that on field maintenance. And so far, as we've discussed many times, what we're spending on field maintenance is far lower than what we should be spending. With about 20 acres of fields to maintain, historically we spend about $520 per acre. Again, it goes up and down year over year depending on how much money we have based off revenue, but it certainly is a lot less than we should be spending on the fields. If we look at what other towns typically spend, we reached out to several of the towns in the area, Holliston, Ashland, Norfolk, what have you. Their spending on fields will range anywhere from $5,000 to $9,000 per acre per year. There's a huge variation there. We understand some of it depends on whether or not the individual towns have full-time staff, whether or not they've already purchased the equipment to maintain those fields, and also just general preference in terms of how much they want to invest in maintenance in general. But certainly even the low watermark for that, the $5,000 per acre per year is much higher than what we're investing in the fields today. We put out an RFP in January, essentially with the requirements of what we feel is necessary to keep the fields at an adequate level. We got 3 bids back. The low bid was about $160,000. If we include the amount of money that we normally spend per year, what we're asking for is an increase of budget of about $6,750 per acre to continue to maintain the fields and invest more in the fields than we've been doing historically. And that's it. I mean, it comes down to obviously quality of play, but also safety of the kids. We've got some rough fields at times. They're dry, they're rocky. There's divots and so forth. And I think again we all know we need to do better in terms of investing in the field maintenance overall. That's all I have. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So I'm done with my presentation. I don't know, Steve.
Steve, you're muted.
You're on
Steve
mute.
Tsai.
Yeah.
My fault. I muted, so I didn't accidentally interrupt you during your presentation.
Well, that's fine.
No. All right, so I would like to open up the public comment period for the Recreation Commission's budget. All right, Eric Johnson.
Okay, I'd like to call to the select board for discussion and or any motions relative to this item.
Oh, can I start?
Oh yeah, please go ahead, George. Yeah.
I think after last year, they talked about the field conditions in depth. Everybody wanted better grass fields. So I think it's time to make the investment in those better grass fields. So I would make a motion to support the recreation budget.
Yes, Marianne.
Marianne, you're muted.
You're muted.
You'll all recall our discussions last year. There was a strong call for better natural grass fields. And now I think it's appropriate that we step up and give the Recreation Commission the means to do exactly what the town wanted.
Okay, very good.
I would second George's motion.
Okay, I see Paul DeRensis has a comment.
Yes, I want to echo what's been said, that last year we heard from the Recreation Department that there was a need for better fields. Athletics and athletic events is such an important part of our children's education and their growth that we should do everything we can to support that recreation activity. They, if you recall, made an effort to get artificial turf fields. the town voted not to support the turf fields. I think there's a clear sense, as has been said, stay with the grass fields. If we're going to stay with the grass fields, we must invest in those grass fields for our children. So I support the motion 100%.
Okay, very good. Since everyone's made a comment, is there any motions relative? I don't think there's a motion. George, you didn't have a motion, did you?
Yeah, I made a motion
Oh, there was a motion. Motion
to support their budget.
And Jeff, you seconded it. All right. So no further discussion. I'll collect the vote. Jeff, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mary Ann,
Aye.
George,
Aye.
and Paul?
Aye.
No, I am as well. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. And I'd like to recognize Dorothea.
Yes, thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to put in a question here, or an opportunity that I have heard of, and I would love to work with Dave Goldberg on that if that's possible. I heard that a couple of towns have started with electric mowers on their fields, and I know that's Lexington doing, and they are saving lots of emissions and also money. I wanted to hear if Dave has looked into this, or if he is open to discuss this with me on the sideline.
Yeah, sure. We looked at it, I believe it was about a year or two ago. There, again, at the time, I think we had heard mixed results in terms of the the ability to actually mow the fields of the size we have, and at the length we wanted them mowed. But I'm happy to continue to explore that. So I wouldn't say it's out of the question. We just need to consider, what the results are.
It has to make sense financially and environmentally to pursue it. But we'll talk more on the sideline. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Any additional public comment relative to the recreation budget? Tom Trainer.
Thank you, Steve. I'd like to really thank Dave and the Recreation Commission for working on this new approach to really invest in these fields. And I'd also like to bring it back to, and sorry to beat a horse here, back to climate change. And maybe make sure advisory is aware, select board's aware, our residents are aware, is anything in town, our roads, our open space, our athletic fields, our buildings are going to require new investments to protect and to maintain. And the athletic fields that have gone through incredible droughts, although this past year is the opposite. Much higher precipitation. So we're going to, in the future, see these effects, and getting a much better, healthier field, playable right now is critical. And I assume there's going to be a need for this level of funding, if not greater, in many years to come. So I hope you can support the Recreation Commission for this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Any additional public comment?
Steve, I forgot, I failed to mention in my presentation that the quotes we got were for all organic. So there was not, there weren't, the intention was to keep the amount of chemicals we're putting down in the field as low or as minimal as possible.
Thanks, Dave. All right, the floor is still open for the initial public comment period. Last call for public comment. All right, I'm closing the initial comment period and opening advisory discussion on the recreation budget.
Dave, I have a question, and you may have answered this in the past. With the fields last year, the artificial fields last year, there was a revenue enhancement because of longer playing season. more appeal towards out of town teams coming in and playing in town teams, not having to go elsewhere. With the improvement to the natural fields, did you factor in any revenue enhancements due to some of those similar factors to the artificial fields?
We did not. I don't see us increasing the number of playable hours on the field significantly, or if at all. If anything, there may be certain fields that we set aside to ensure that they don't get trampled too much. So we might have, right now with the practice fields and the game fields are one and the same. We may actually begin to do things like designate certain fields that, you know, for fewer hours to ensure that they stay at a higher quality. So no, I don't anticipate any significant increase in the number of playable hours. If anything, like I said, there may actually be a pullback, which was something I mentioned last year when we were talking about the turf fields. That certainly is one of the advantages of the artificial fields, as you get an increase in the number of hours. But in this case, it wouldn't represent an increase in the playable hours on the fields.
What about rate? With greener, lusher fields, could you?
We unfortunately, I mean, we work very closely with the youth organizations in terms of what they charge the parents to play, what their expenses are, and what they can afford to pay for the field. So we try and keep our rates as reasonable as possible for our youth organizations. Maybe there's a slight increase in the rates we could charge for out of town teams, but we also have to be reasonable in terms of what you know, what other towns charge. If we raise our rates, they may decide to use other fields. So this is something we can explore. But again, we didn't factor any of that into our calculations.
Thank you.
Jane.
Thanks, Dave. Dave, a couple of questions for you. And the first one might sound bizarre, but you'll recall that last year, you know, we had, so the original proposal that the rec department had for the turf fields was one that several people in town had some environmental concerns with, environmental and health concerns. And then the final proposal that was made at the town meeting was different. And it was one that I think many thought might have a better environmental profile, if you will, or better health profile. But, you know, it was kind of a change that was made late in the game. And I think there were several people, I know I was one, who, you know, was sort of intrigued by that proposal, but just felt like I hadn't, you know, had enough time to really, you know, digest, ask enough questions and be able to vote in favor at that particular meeting. So, it might sound like a strange question, but if you had your druthers and that proposal that looked like it was a little environmentally friendlier and a little more, you know, potentially health friendlier, if we had an opportunity to have a more robust discussion about that, and if the town, you know, could get more comfortable with that and get more questions answered about that, would that be still a preferable solution for you over organic management of the natural fields?
Yeah, and I would say that you know, the proposal today is not mutually exclusive from exploring the, you know, artificial fields in the future, right? Obviously, you know, we could continue to invest in the natural grass and still explore the idea of a you know, artificial turf. Yeah, I mean, for all the reasons we presented last year, the artificial turf is certainly preferable. I think that, just so everyone's aware, I mean, just so you're aware, I suppose, and everyone else, the Brock fill that we had talked about, and I think people felt like we brought it in at the very end. It was actually part of our initial discussion with the Board of Health. It was one of the three infills that we had originally planned. You know, and for various reasons, we didn't want to necessarily back ourselves into the corner of saying that exclusively we're going to go with Brock fill. It was one of our preferences, but because of the additional cost and maintenance, and we really hadn't talked to anyone who had played on it extensively, we didn't want to say the field is tied to the particular infill that we use, because we can also change, we could have changed the infill over time. But again, to answer your question, I'd be happy to explore, you know, turf fields, the artificial turf fields again. I don't know that necessarily that was solely the reason a lot of people voted against the turf field. So the infill may have been a small piece of that, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it changes anything with regard to the artificial fields. And like I said, I think it was fair that to assume that the majority of people wanted us to invest in, to invest in the natural grass, at least for the time being. So I don't know if that answers your question, but.
No, it does. Thank you. And my second question is that this is a significant, if I'm correct, this is, I believe, $135,000 increase in the recreation department budget, all in 1 year. And it's not going to get lower than this. If anything, it's only going to increase from here. So, it's a significant ask for the taxpayers in 1 year. You mentioned in the more robust presentation that you gave to advisory on this, during the prior hearings, that you showed a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 type of schedule where, there would obviously be lower amounts of investment required for tier 1 fields, more for tier 2. I'm sorry, other way around. Lower investment for tier 3, more for tier 2, and the highest investment for tier 1. And I believe the proposal you're making is consistent with tier 1 fields. Am I correct about that?
It's midway between 1 and 2. The tier 3 was mostly like parks, like not surfaces that were essentially played on with cleats and expecting a lot of trampling. So the tier 3 would have been consistent with, an area people are walking their dogs or, just open fields. So that's why, we kind of moved away from that because again, it wouldn't have necessarily been appropriate for the types of fields that we're talking about here. But we were somewhere between the top tier and the second tier.
So I would ask it just to follow up, is there any scenario under which we might be able to have the ask for this year be something less than that, $135,000 increase? We could obviously, start to improve the condition of the fields, perhaps, and then over time get up to the level that we'd like to be at, or alternatively have more discussion about the artificial turf that was perhaps a little bit more environmentally friendly and a little bit more health friendly. I guess what I'm saying is there sort of a compromise position here that would not ask the taxpayers to make such a large additional investment in 1 year and beyond, and would also give us more time to see if there's a more optimal solution than either, having rubber tires on the field or, spending a lot of money for organic management, which, granted, you need to spend a lot of money to really do it well.
Yeah. And we discussed this, like, there's anywhere from, essentially the budget we have now up to what we think is appropriate. It's hard to sort of pick a number in the middle that might be, that where everyone's going to necessarily agree, right? I mean, we could just not do anything and not even ask, right? This is what we think is appropriate given the field conditions the way they are now and the number of fields we have to maintain and what we think is right for the town. Yeah, I don't know. I think that our ask is for the amount to do it properly, right? And I suppose if people don't like that idea, they're not going to vote for it. But that's what we feel is right as a rec commissioner. As having been on this for 5 years, having looked at the quality of the fields, talked to parents, talked to the sports teams, something has to be done. And to your point, it's not going to get any lower. Right? It's only going to go up.
Thank you.
Yep.
Dan.
Dan Sickle, Advisory. Thanks, Dave, for the presentation, and really appreciate the kind of responsiveness to last year and the focus on organic approaches. That being said, I want to second kind of Jane's sentiment. This is a big budget ask for the town, $135,000 a year on a per acre basis, going from $520 a year to $6,750, from $520 an acre to $6,750 an acre. So a more than 10 times jump in the maintenance cost per acre. So I think I'm kind of in the position that Jane was kind of pointing towards thinking more in terms of or being more comfortable supporting a more intermediate step with go partway there, do some of the things to try to make the fields better, but maybe not go all the way to the gold-plated ideal. And to see if maybe there would be some kind of intermediate stage for this year, see how that goes. And then as Jane highlighted, consider a full range of options going forward. Again, it is a big budget ask. And as Steve Tsai said at the outset, in a year when budgets are tight. Thanks.
Mhm.
Steve Leahy.
Thanks, Steve Leahy Advisory. I would just actually respond to what my colleague Dan mentioned there. The gold-plated ideal was actually presented last year. That was the artificial fields with sustainability and revenue and private funding for the vast majority of it, and revenue positive fields for Sherborn. So, but the goal, the real goal there was voted down by the town. So I do think that this, while I agree, it is a massive increase in spending, and specifically when broken down on a per acre basis, Dan, I mean, that really hits home. That being said, I do feel like this, what they are proposing is the alternative and lesser option for the town and for the kids who are playing on these fields. So that's my take, and I'm supportive of this request, though I do note it is disproportionately large as a percentage increase.
Can I comment on that, Steve?
Sure.
I would say that it looks like a big jump because we have underinvested in the fields historically, right? So the gap is because we've tried to keep the budgets low. We've tried to do what we can with what we have. We were building towards the artificial fields, which obviously did not get voted favorably. So the gap is it looks stark, but that's mostly because we've been underinvesting, not because we're asking for something that's unreasonable when we compare it to what other towns are doing.
Thanks. I just want to point out for Jeff and Dorothy, who have your hands up, we're in the advisory discussion portion, but there's going to be a second public comment. So I'm going to just save you guys until then. One thing I just want to point out, just kind of on a crunching numbers basis, the increased ask of $135,000 basically translates to approximately 10 cents on the average tax on the tax rate, and about $85 on the average tax bill for Sherborn. So just in case people want to have a more kind of how does this hit your pocketbook way of looking at it. So around $85 per year per household. That's just covering the increase. Also, the sort of current calculated tax rate for next year in our budget model, and this is not a very final number. There's a lot of moving parts on this, and so that always changes significantly right up to the setting of the tax rate. But right now, our calculation has our tax rate going up by around 40 cents for next year based on our current budget. So about a quarter of that increase can be attributable to this increase in the Rec Commission's budget, just to put that into perspective for everybody. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, were you done?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yes, I am done. Please go ahead.
So just, I believe I saw 67.50. Is that the increase per acre, or is that the total cost per acre?
That's the total cost.
The total cost per acre. Okay. So it's kind of aligned with probably residential rates, essentially, right? Something like that. So just my comment on this, thank you for all the work you've done both last year and this year to look at this. I know many people will hate me for saying this. I have my kids playing on these soccer fields, and I am also a coach, but at the same time, I don't do this to my own backyard. I'm a little bit of a environmentalist, and I see this as kind of a bad option. Essentially, we're putting, just dumping material and all that stuff, right? But I do believe that, I would disagree with maybe a little bit with Dan and others, that we can't really have a gradual approach, unfortunately, in the case of fields, right? Because right now you're going to spend a lot of money to get it to a decent shape. But my hope is once we get it to a decent shape, the amount of money we spend will go down, or we will seriously consider Brockfield. I really do not like spending this much money year in and year out. Maybe this year, a little bit next year, to try to get the fields to fix the fields. But then after that, I would really hope that we reduce the spending that we do, either maintenance kind of level, or to really consider the Brock fill, as opposed to the spending all the money and dumping all the material into the field. That's really my comment.
Thank you. Any additional advisory comments?
One aspect that was touched upon by Wasim was the appeal and investment into a town asset that is attractive for families with children currently in town, or evaluating other towns, those that spend $6,000 per acre on their fields. Now we're on a more level playing field, pun intended, with those other towns when new families are looking to enter town, and that can have a net positive impact on all taxpayers with evaluations in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. Any additional advisory comments? I do want to say that, despite my initial comments about how tight the budget is, I am fully in support of the Recreation Commission's budget. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that everybody seems to agree that the fields are in bad condition and need a lot of help. There are disagreements about how best to accomplish that, and those are reasonable discussions. To a certain degree, I feel that it is not the advisory committee's role to, let's say, micromanage the way in which various committees and boards do their jobs, right? It's our job to look at the money they're asking for and ask them to justify it and say what is informing this budget. And if nothing else, certainly I believe the Recreation Commissioners have shown that they have done a very, very thorough job in coming up with their plans. They've done a great deal of background work, heavy lifting, legwork, and research. They've tried to accommodate multiple opinions from multiple different parties in town. And I believe that, they've certainly justified the reason why their ask is what it is, and they've explained it. And it is up to the town to decide. I think it's up to the town as a whole to decide whether this is where they want to put their money. And as I said, it's about 10 cents on your tax rate, and it's about $85 on your average tax bill. And it's up to the town to decide if that's what they want to pay for improved fields. And I, for one, am in favor of it. It does represent an increase in our taxes, but it's one of those things where you are going to get what you pay for. And I think that the improvement in the fields will probably be worth it. And as Dave said, it's not mutually exclusive with continuing to look into the possibility of perhaps a more environmentally less impactful version of the artificial turf project, whether that is the current commission in its current year working on that, or if that is a future year project. Again, they're not mutually exclusive, and this will begin to address the quality of the fields immediately. So that's my position on it. I welcome any additional advisory comment before I reopen public comment period. All right, I'd like to reopen public comment first. Oh, sorry, Dan just at the last minute raised a hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick question for Dave. Wonder if you could say just a word about how this proposal interacts with the some discussion that there's been about ARPA proposal for irrigation for the fields, and to what extent are they tied together? To what extent are they independent?
Yeah, good question. So they're somewhat independent, right? So the amount of seed and aeration and so forth that we need to do on an annual basis is contained in this ask. Obviously, we are dependent on how much rainfall we get in terms of how much grass grows. So depending on the year and how much rainfall we get, we'll get a different yield out of the amount of grass that we put down. So they're complementary in the sense that if we have irrigation through the ARPA funding, then we'll get a better yield when we put the grass down. But they're not necessarily dependent on one another. Obviously, we do get enough rainfall to have grass grow at Laurel, so you'll get a better return on your investment in terms of seeding. But like I said, I wanted to be ideally they're thought of as independent because this is really what is needed on an annual basis, and ideally if we can get the ARPA funding for the irrigation, then that helps us a little bit in terms of the quality of the grass.
Thanks. All right, now I'm going to reopen public comment. We have several hands up in order. We're going to do Jeff, then Dorothea, then Frank, and then Paul. So
Yeah,
Jeff,
I'm just speaking quickly to support Dave's recommendation and recreation. We do this with roads and town buildings. We underspend on operating costs and it causes capital costs later on. So I think this is, and we've neglected the field. So having coached Bay's soccer for 16 years and lacrosse and other things, I fully support the Recreation Commission. Thank you.
Dorothea?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to, Dave, to just quickly refresh my memory on when you did your research in other towns. What were they spending compared to Sherborn? I think you were saying like close to $6,000 or something.
Yeah,
like that.
so there was a wide range. It was somewhere between
Yeah.
$5,000 and $9,000, and a lot of it depended on whether or not they had it already invested in capital equipment and whether or not they had full-time staff to do some of the work. We don't have full-time staff, so
yeah,
we're relying on contractors and the equipment that they've already bought to do a majority of it. So that's why we probably fall towards the higher end of the range, but we're certainly not at the highest end.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for saying that. I just want to quickly mention I'm managing my own lawn for 16 years. It's 12,000 square feet. I think it's a quarter of an acre. If I'm German, I have troubles with square footage. I'm thinking into square meters, but it's a lot of work. And when you were talking about the seeds and not enough water and doing all of the step programs to keep it just right, it resonates so much to me because I have worked on this lawn to get it just right with natural means, and I'm coming from that angle, and it takes some craftsmanship and timing. And with climate change getting worse, you guys will have to be smarter to figure it out. And I just want to say that I will fully support you in doing that by looking on how you guys can save money and work hours, because that's where we can bring the budget down. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks. Frank?
Yeah, just a quick question. Relative to these quotes, how much of this is work that's being done by the highway department today?
None of it is. The DPW helps us with some of the baseball field prep and the mowing. None of that is factored into the quotes that we got. We didn't ask for any quotes on mowing. We did talk to DPW about the extent to which that they could take on some of this work. The conclusion was there really wasn't any capacity nor the proper equipment in order to do it. So this is not inclusive of any DPW work.
Thank you.
Paul? You're muted, Paul.
Sorry, I was going to make a comment that gradual and phase in is really not workable. And I respect the thought process that suggests that that's a good idea, but in fact, if you start with the premise and principle that our children benefit greatly from athletics, you have to consider that our children are only here for a while. So, for example, if you're a high schooler, it's a 4-year program. So if you start to do a little bit this year, a little bit next year, those children who are in the school system aren't going to get the benefit of it fully for years if you try to phase it in. Instead, I think we should look at the benefits are so important. Why deprive the current population of students of this benefit? I see an urgency here. And I say that from the point of view of someone whose children have already graduated from the Dover Sherborn school system. So it's not like I'm advocating for a benefit for my children. This is the children who are there now, the high schoolers, the middle schoolers, they need to see these benefits now and not years from now when they're graduated and off to college. Thank you.
Thanks. Daryl?
Hi, can you hear me?
Michael.
It's Michael Lesser, 54 Forest Street, speaking as a resident, borrowing somebody else's phone. I'd first like to just thank Dave for all the work he's done last year on a proposal that didn't go through, and thank him on the proposal for now, this new one. And I support that we do a full-out investment in the natural grass fields. It's something that I think the town vote sort of indicated last year, as everybody's noted, and that I have concerns raised about whether they're, even as to going back to turf. I guess I disagree. I'll say that with Jane's comment that there's a new environmental option there with the infill, as Dave noted there, but a lot of the environmental issues are related to the grass. There are other issues with the grass and the PFAS, which is showing up in our groundwaters all over town. So that I'd say there are ongoing issues that are beyond just the infill. So that I think the town should commit to the natural grass fields and work over time with how that's done in terms of the chemical use and whatever else, and what ways we can keep it well managed within some sort of budgets. So I support this current plan and to go all in with the natural grass plan. Thank you.
Thanks. Marion?
Yeah, Marion Nitro, 25 Prospect Street. I just want to mention that at least 5 years ago, Planning Board worked with the Rec Commission to put together the recreation related needs of the town for the master plan, which was published in 2019. And way back then, this was at least 2 years before the master plan came out, the Recreation Commission had identified the bad condition of Laurel Farm as their major problem. And it's only gotten worse since then. And I totally agree that the natural solution is the long-term best option for the town. And if we're going to do that, we do have to give them the means to reverse the damage of years that they've known about for a long time and have been asking for help on for a long time. And I think now is the time to really pitch in and give them the means to fix it in a natural way. Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional public comments? Last call for public comments. Oh, Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, just a brief thing. I think on top, Wasim kind of indicated something. Do you think that, is there any chance that this actually represents kind of a peak, almost to do improvements from the deteriorated condition it's in, and that costs may go down in the future? I think Wasim kind of indicated something along those lines, because this is kind of a surge. We're going to build it up almost like a capital improvement, which you can't say that. But and then actually have the long-term maintenance actually be slightly less after we do like the first improvements for the first 2 years.
I can't say. Again, I think that the proposal we put out there is actually the low end of the bids, and we continue to see the costs of both labor and materials going up. There is a potential that 1 year it's less because, or out years it's less because of the need that less of a need to get it to a certain condition, but I can't anticipate that right now. It's hard to predict where we'll be.
Thank you. Any additional public comments? Last call for public comments. All right, closing the public comment period. I would like to open the advisory voting session for the Recreation Commission's budget. Can I get a motion relative to the recreation budget?
Steve, I move we take favorable action towards the recreational committee's operating budget proposal.
Yep.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for favorable action. Any further advisory discussion relative to the motion? All right, hearing none, I'm going to take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili.
Abstain.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Yeah, I'm also going to abstain. I don't want to vote no because I want to see the fields improved, but I can't vote yes on this, both from a 1 year increase in cost. It's very extensive, as well as I'm just not convinced that we have the optimal solution yet here. And so I'm going to abstain and implore all the relevant town boards to please continue to consider whether there is a more optimal solution here, rather than just pay contractors, at a high rate to do all of this work for us. And I just want to say I commend all the work that the rec department has already done. That's not, my comments are in no way to denigrate all the work that you've done. So please know that.
Thanks. Dan Sickle.
I want to second what Jane said. Also thank Dave and the Rec Commission for all their work. I am going to go one step further, and I am going to vote no on this, though, for the reasons that I said before.
Thank you. And I'm going to vote aye. So that is 5-1-2, motion carries. All right, next we have the Conservation Commission budget, and I believe Neil Kessler is here if you want to make a quick presentation on the Conservation Commission budget.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just share my screen. It's not exactly perfect, but we'll just, anyway, I don't need to explain my technical challenges. Hold on. All right, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so just as an FYI, I've done some presentations on this in the past, and so I wanted to kind of cook down for us what the relevant elements are of the request to essentially fund the agent position at 35 hours from where it had been over the last few years at 19 hours. So I just wanted to step through what I think is the most important pieces. So circumstances currently with the conservation agent is the commission has an expanded role under the new master plan. If you look in the table of who's responsible for what there, we've got our commission there in a bunch of places. And obviously in the new master plan, rural character and open space has become a key to the town in terms of attracting new residents and driving up property value and really also related to things like, you know, people's well-being and health. It was called out specifically in the master plan that our open space is a treasure that we should work hard to maintain. The Conservation Commission is responsible for 800 acres of conservation land management, and since the pandemic, we've only seen increased use across all of the lands. And with increased use comes, you know, a diversity of stakeholders, which is wonderful, but sometimes there's conflicting values. We tend to, you know, try to mediate that, balance it, but it just takes resources and time to do that. In addition to that kind of work, obviously the main work that the commission does is permitting. And in the last couple of years has been a really huge increase in new housing development and home improvement work nationwide. I can speak to that personally. I run a construction company. We do HVAC for new home construction and for existing homes, and we are just booming with it. And Sherborn is no exception. There's just a sharp increase that the commission is seeing in permitting really across all of the types, NOIs, RDAs, administrative approvals. It's just very time-consuming work. I'd also point out that with the recent sort of dropping off of this Coolidge Street 40B project, since that's not gone forward, we're just expecting and bracing for more 40B pressure. From a commission perspective, that comes, you know, what comes with that is just a big permitting effort. There's complex novel circumstances, coordination with consultants, because usually it's projects are too complex for just the agents and the volunteers, the commission members, just to handle on our own. Another thing is just is sort of anecdotal or experience that we have is that Anna Meyer, the agent that we hired in the fall in November, she's been working 35 hours a week since then, and we are at maximum capacity. She is at maximum capacity. We're still shuffling priorities to meet deadlines, trying to sort out what work is most important to get done first. There's just been a series of challenging projects which, you know, just seem to refresh with different ones but not really ever fall away. So I would just say that without 35 hours, you know, it's just become a situation where the commission would no longer really be able to meet its permitting and its land management responsibilities. And that always raises in my mind, because I think about these things from legal perspectives often, just the specter of, well, what happens if we start to miss deadlines or something like that? Are we opening ourselves and the town to legal challenges? And then the other thing I just wanted to touch on was, you know, that Anna Meyer has been working for 35 hours since November. She's been doing a great job, but she's new and learning a lot and coming along beautifully. But as I said, she's really using up every hour she's got. And I would point out that I think going back to the previous arrangement, which was our agent at 19 hours and our administrative assistant at 17 to 19 hours, not only is it sort of not desirable, but it's also not possible, because in the 10 months where between Allery's, our former agent's resignation, and Anna's hiring, the Conservation Office worked an average of 50 hours a week. And how did we do that? We covered it with 3 different people. We upped Elizabeth Laracy, who's the administrative assistant. We upped her hours to about 30 hours a week. We brought in a temporary agent, Joyce Hastings from GLM Consulting. She worked about 10 hours a week. And Jean Bednar, our commission member, who had been the agent in Sherborn for about 8 years, was also giving 10 hours a week. And the thing that I would tell you is that during that time period, a lot of the costs of what an agent, what the agent's work for Sherborn was kind of discounted, because Joyce Hastings did not charge us her consulting rate, which was, as you can see, $75 an hour. And she was kind enough to accept $30 an hour, or approximately. And then Jean Bednar was putting her own business on hold to contribute 10 hours of work for free, high quality agent work. So, and I would tell you that, excuse me, both Joyce and Jean just actually don't have the bandwidth, even if they wanted to step back into this kind of arrangement. They're just not available. I don't know. I don't even think Elizabeth could go back up to 30 hours. So for me, the takeaway is just that there's 50 hours of work at a minimum to be done. That's not going to get any less. We desperately need the help. Anna has been doing a wonderful job in her baptism by fire. And so that's where we are. And the only other thing I would just point out is that We went last year and we got support and approval to go to 35 hours from the Personnel Board. Back in the summer of last year, I presented the need to the Select Board for an agent that's in a 35-hour position, and they were conceptually supportive of it then. We recently reviewed our budget ask with them, and they were again conceptually supportive of it, as long as we got through with advisory in the town. So I would just say that I think we've demonstrated the need, and I don't know how else to solve the problem other than to continue to employ the agent that we've got, who's just been doing a wonderful job, got the right qualifications and the enthusiasm. So that is kind of the rationale for where we are today.
Thank you. And I forgot to state at the beginning of this that my wife is a Sherborn Conservation Commissioner, so I will be abstaining from the discussion and the vote on this budget, but I will just continue to sort of administer the comment periods and voting, just to make things easier for everybody. So public comment period is open for the Conservation Commission budget. And Eric, I don't know if you want to let the Select Board have a discussion and a vote.
Thank you. Cut me off guard there. Okay, I'll open this up initially for discussion. Any motions for the Select Board?
Well, I'd like to make one other point, is that, there is the 35 hours of work. It sounds like the demand is there, but also it's very hard to get part-time employees, and so we've had trouble keeping a conservation agent. So if you're trying to hire new people, but you're not offering them benefits, they may join you because they don't currently have a job, but they may move on rather quickly if they find another job with benefits. So I think it's key to also make it be an attractive position. We get a quality level conservation agent.
Okay. Yeah, Paul, I see you've raised your hand. And Paul, you're muted.
All our regulatory boards need staff and need quality staff. Whether it's the Planning Board, the Board of Appeals, or the Conservation Commission, this is an area where we can get lawsuits, litigation, legal expenses. It's very important that the Conservation Commission work properly and serve the residents of the community and protect our environment. Good staff is the key to it. We now have good staff. We have an employee who's working 35 hours. If we don't continue this employee at 35 hours, that employee is likely not to stay. And so I believe we need to support this budget and support continuing of this employee. And therefore, I would move that we recommend approval of this budget.
We have a motion. Marianne, do you have a comment?
No further comment. I agree with Paul.
Okay. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to approve this. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. So all in favor, Jeff?
Aye.
Marianne?
Aye.
George?
Aye.
And Paul?
Aye.
I might as well. Okay, that ends the Select Board.
Thank you. Public comment period remains open. Last call for public comments. All right, closing public comments and opening the advisory discussion on the Conservation Commission budget.
Steve, I'll just jump in. It is, it's been made clear to me by Neil's presentation here and previously in the discussion we had. Well, again, kind of like recreation, this is a pretty large ask and a change to the budget on an ongoing basis. This is not a one-off, this is an ongoing change. It does seem to me like this is a needed spend and therefore I'm going to vote in favor.
Thanks. Any additional advisory discussion? Right, hearing none, I'm closing advisory discussion and reopening public comment. Last call for public comment. All right, I'm closing the public comment and opening the advisory voting session. Can I get a motion from advisory relative to the Conservation Commission budget?
I move favorable action on the Conservation Commission budget as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. Can I get any advisory discussion relative to the motion? If not, I'll take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili. That's an aye. Brandon Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
And I am abstaining. So the motion carries 7-0-1. Thank you,
Thank you, everyone.
And now that that's over, I just want to kind of make an informal request really to the town administrator that in the future, when something like this comes up in the middle of a fiscal year where somebody is asking for a very significant increase in employee hours, I would just ask that select board and town administrator maybe inform advisory and make a quick presentation to us then. And that will make our lives easier when it comes next budget season so that it's not a surprise. Thank you. All right, with that, I believe that we are finished with the Article 10 Omnibus budget. And next up, we have Article 11, Capital Improvement Plan. So we're going to take each of these items separately. But we have window replacement for the elder housing. Select board has 3, gate and fence replacement at Farm Pond, engineering service, Maple and Washington Street roundabout, town buildings and facilities. DPW has got 3, stormwater, MS4 compliance, DPW equipment, roadway management. Fire department has breathing apparatus, police department, a police cruiser, and then the Sherborn School Committee has a Pine Hill School item. And then Article 12 right after that is also a capital related item, but it is with the regional school. So it is handled differently and will be its own article. All right, so with that, I think we'll take these in the order that they are appearing on the warrant. So the first item is elder housing for window replacement in the amount of $300,000. Is there somebody either from either town buildings or elder housing that's going to be presenting this?
Steve's here.
All right, we have Steve Petty. Go ahead.
Yes, Steve Petty, 27 Hollis Street, Elder Housing Committee. We had a figure of $300,000, which we felt was an outside number, and I'm glad to report that that's correct. We have received this week a very thorough workup of numbers for the project. Those numbers came in at 192,000 plus. And what we'd like to do is change this $300,000 number to $230,000. And the reason for the difference between that and the numbers that are worked up are contingencies. Between now and when this actually goes out to bid, to be sure that we can cover any cost of increase in materials, and particularly have funds to cover hidden expenses. You never know what happens when you start opening up walls, replaced windows. But we are glad to report that it looks like we can go forward with this project, which is replacing all of the windows at Woodhaven with vinyl clad, fully insulated windows. And I think it's something that is well needed. These are over 40-year-old windows. They are old metal frames, and they are not very energy efficient. That's it.
Thank you. And Eric, did the select board vote on this item?
Yes, on March 17th, voted to support 5-0.
Thank you. All right, so now we're opening the public comment period. Let's see, we've got Paul and then Dorothea. So Paul's got his hand up, but his person is not in frame. Are you actually there, Paul?
Might be left over.
All right, we'll move on to Dorothea.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to comment. I'm happy to see this because I was pulled into Woodhaven and I listened during the renter get together, the monthly, and I'm fully in support of this because I know that window replacement skill will give comfort at the same time energy savings, emission savings. So I'm glad to see this forward. To see this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment. All right, last call for public comments.
Steve, Cortland is waving her hand.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Corey. Sorry, I'm only going by the raise hand feature.
Yeah, I'm tech challenged. I have an analog hand. Sorry. The Capital Budget Committee has not yet voted on this because we did not have the $230,000 number yet, but we're planning on meeting next week.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. All right. Any additional public comment? All right. Last call for public comments. Closing the public comment period and opening advisory discussion. Dan?
Thanks, Steve, for the presentation. Could you just say a minute, Steve, about the kind of ultimate financing that the town borrows for this, and then what the expectation is for the residents repaying the town and how that works?
I'm not sure I'm clear on the alternate. We have talked with Gino Carlucci to see if there's any type of funding that we might receive. We are looking into some grants, but we probably won't know about that until after we've actually gone forward with the bid. Certainly, if any funds become available, believe me, they will be applied. This project will move forward. It will come out of our general operating budget. We will borrow, and the rents that we receive will pay to carry the debt. And we are in a good position to do this. We have a fairly large debt service, which will be paid down in a year or so. So we'll be able to continue without raising rents for this purpose. So we'll be in good shape.
Great, thanks. And Steve, just to make sure I got that right, that's the town borrows the money, but the expectation is that the Woodhaven residents will be ultimately, handling the debt service and so on.
That's correct. That's correct.
Thanks. Okay, thanks. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Any further advisory discussion? All right, hearing none, I'm going to reopen public comment. All right, any further public comment? Last call. Oh, I see Paul frantically waving. Yeah, can you unmute yourself, Paul?
Hi. First, I support the idea of keeping our buildings up to date. We've had a history in the town back in the old days where we didn't maintain the building, so we should expend this. But my question relates to the fact that on the list of ballot questions we're considering is a debt exclusion for this item. But because it's going to be funded not by the taxpayers, I'm wondering, why can't we eliminate that ballot question and not ask the voters of the town to increase their taxes to pay the debt service when we're not expecting the voters of the town to pay the debt service?
You're asking me, Paul. I wouldn't begin to answer it. You'll have to ask the treasurer, or I don't know the answer to that.
Heidi, do you have thoughts on that?
Well, this needs a funding source. So if it won't be debt service from the town, I don't know what other funding source we'd have other than ARPA or free cash. And where they would be covering it themselves, it has made sense to just, we don't, essentially they will not get, yes, you do get taxed in a way on the debt, but they are actually replenishing the money back into the budget. So there's less money in the overall budget that was needed for this purpose. So I guess, is there another source that you'd suggest?
Yeah.
Can I answer? Can I help you here with this, Paul? Or...
Well, I was going to suggest that we can do a borrowing inside the levy limit, because we don't need to go outside the levy limit. So therefore we don't have a ballot question. But go ahead, George.
Just going to say, it's misleading to tell people it's going to be additional tax. Just because it's on the ballot doesn't make it additional tax. It's covered through the revolving fund or from elder housing. So just like I said, just because we vote on something on the ballot doesn't necessarily make it an additional tax. So
no, but
I wouldn't call it that, Paul.
Well,
I think Paul brings up a good point though about the exempt versus inside.
Oh, okay.
If the voters vote no at the ballot box because they don't want to increase their taxes, what happens to this project?
Well, don't tell them that it is increasing their taxes, Paul. That's what you keep doing. It doesn't increase their taxes. So they don't, if you stop telling them that it increases their taxes, they won't think it increases their taxes.
But that's what the ballot question says.
No, it doesn't.
It asks the
Say,
voters.
do you want to have higher taxes? It says you want to exempt debt for this.
This debt from the limits of Prop 2.5. I'm
Right.
saying we borrow this within the levy limit because it's all being paid for.
Yeah, it doesn't matter either way. I guess if we can do it within the levy limit, it doesn't matter either way because it doesn't increase taxes. So.
Well,
I can add something to the comment here is because there's an advantage to being outside of the levy limit so that the taxpayers still have the full capacity of their taxing ability or their borrowing ability. It won't influence the tax rates because the funding source is the Woodhaven residents. But if you keep it within, as Paul's suggesting, the tax levy, then you are penalizing the rest of the voters who don't benefit from the windows by limiting or reducing their taxing, their borrowing ability. So by taking it outside, you're actually benefiting the taxpayers.
Jeff, you have a comment?
Yeah, I just agree with George's comments. So the town obviously owns Woodhaven, so they're the ones expending the capital, but the funds get returned via the rental subsidies or the rent rates that cover those kind of costs. And so it's really about it's a matter of a source of cash, really, not a voting authorization. We will spend the cash, but we'll recover it over time, so it doesn't cost the taxpayers money. So I think it's really, to Heidi's point, it's really about what's the cash source or the true funding source, not the asset category of where the funds will come from to award the contract. Is that right, Heidi?
Yes, we do tend to use a lot of exempt debt because that gives us capacity to charge up to a certain tax levy limit without going over 2.5, and therefore there's no override that's being done. In the case of $230,000, I think we can safely put this inside the debt. It's not going to make a huge impact on our gap there on the exempt debt amount. And it would avoid a ballot question. So it just would pass at the town meeting. Borrowing would get its votes, but then it would not, only exempt debt needs to go on the ballot question if we're borrowing that way. So it wouldn't, instead of having a two-step confirmation, would have a one-step confirmation. It might be clean, easier to understand. I don't know if that helps Paul, and might be a good compromise situation.
All right, further public comment on this? Marion? You're muted.
I would just say that at town meeting, it would be good that this be presented in a way that the townspeople can understand the impact on their taxes. If there's no impact, then maybe there's a way to say that.
Okay, any further public comment?
Just to reiterate the point I made before, when you put it on the ballot, you run the risk that the voters say no. And where does that leave this project? And where does it leave all of us who have to manage these buildings? It's much better here where that we don't really need the override because we're not asking the taxpayers to actually increase their taxes. And that's the whole purpose of an override. So rather than asking that question, if we borrow within the levy limit, repay it from Woodhaven, we know this project, if it gets 2/3 vote at town meeting, we know this project's going forward. It doesn't have the risk of this additional layer.
Right, any, George?
Yeah, just on what Paul just said, I'm actually personally never afraid to put stuff in front of the voters. I think it's up to the townspeople what we spend money on, not us. So I'm not afraid to put things on the ballot if people don't want to spend the money on it, even if it is funded through the revolving fund. I'm not afraid to ask the people what they want. And especially with this one, because it's easy to explain that it's not going to increase the taxes.
Eric?
Yep, just a reminder that actually at the end of this meeting, the select board will be voting on the ballot itself. So actually it's part of, this is a continuation of the select board meeting. And you can actually have additional discussion then as well. And I think I'll entertain additional discussion from what Paul has to say there, because I think he might have a good point. And Heidi, if you're still around at 6 or 7 o'clock, gets up, I think your input would be useful. That's all.
Thanks. Any additional public comment? Last call for public comment. All right, I'd like to open closing public comment period. Now I want to open the advisory voting session. This is complicated now because of this question, because in our advisory report, we will typically, our recommendation will indicate the funding source for each capital item, whether it's free cash and, well, generally the options have been free cash or excluded debt. But I guess advisory will probably need to make a recommendation on this one as to whether we are recommending it as a debt within the levy or as excluded debt. I don't want to get bogged down in the specific language of that. I think that for the hearing, we could just kind of make the motion of the amount and then state whether it's free cash, excluded debt, or debt within the levy. And then we'll take care of the specifics of the motion when we do our motions meeting with town council. But we do have to, I think, make the determination now so that when we write our advisory report, that it is accurate in terms of reflecting what is recommended. So I would say, Jeff, did you have a comment about that?
Yes, just that I'm not sure if you do debt that's not excluded debt, if it has to be a different borrowing, and you may find that the transaction costs of doing one borrowing might outweigh the benefits of having it not be excluded debt. I'm not sure. Heidi can probably answer that when you talk about it later, but we usually bundle our capital projects together to have a composite borrowing so that transaction costs are spread out over all of the asks or needs.
Well, I guess so. Town Council Midazretti is here. Maybe I can ask this of you. I guess for the purpose of this public hearing, and then what advisory is moving and voting on. Do we need to specify precisely the source of the funding as to whether the borrowing is going to be included in the levy or excluded at the hearing, or is that something that can be determined later and then incorporated into the official motions?
I think that it's something that could be incorporated later and then brought into the motions at this point, particularly because my understanding from Mr. Johnson is that the select board will be discussing this a bit further.
Okay. So if the select board makes that determination later, can advisory essentially go by their recommendation, or would advisory have to have another essentially open meeting session just for this discussion and to take a separate vote on it?
I think that you can address this in your meeting motion, excuse me, in your motions meeting.
Okay. Okay, because the motions meeting it's just myself, the vice chair, and then the moderator and whatnot. So it's okay for us to handle that as not a full session advisory meeting? Is that okay?
Yeah, I believe it is. And also, you will have the opportunity to make comments on the floor of town meeting in order to clarify.
Okay.
How you've addressed this procedurally.
Okay, great. In that case, I would just say, as we do our motions, can we just say whether we are recommending this as a borrowing item or as a free cash item? We won't specify the method of borrowing.
Yes, you can make your recommendation at that point.
Great, thank you. All right, so then advisory for whoever is making the motion, I guess you can take this as all of the capital items. Just make a motion as to whether the amount is going to be free cash or borrowing. Does that make sense to everyone on advisory?
Steve, we never did that when I was on advisory. We never did that at this meeting. I thought that was something that's decided later.
Yeah, that's what I thought
Whether
too.
you, in general, think it's a good idea to spend this money, and then later on figure out the funding source. That's just how we've done it in the past. I mean, you may do it differently now, but that's kind of what we've always done.
My only thought was, because just looking at our previous advisory reports, the motions that we write into our advisory reports have the language of whether it's free cash or borrowing for the capital items. And, usually we write our advisory report in like the days immediately following this hearing. So it's like we haven't had another meeting. So I'm like, well, we must have made that decision. Right.
Yeah, no, we've usually made it with the finance director and based on the budgets. That's my recollection of it. Where on today, typically advisory just votes on whether you think it's advisable to spend this money or not.
Awesome. That makes my life way easier. So let's do it that way. Let's do it that way. We're just going to vote. Yeah.
Steve, the benefit is that when you sit down after all of the votes on the articles, you look at the financial plan for the next few years and what the debt capacity is and what the needs of the towns would be operationally from a CapEx perspective, capital expense perspective, and then what sources are available to meet those long-term needs. And I think that's where the decisions come in, whether it's exempt debt or within the levy limit. And there's always been a tend to preserve those levy limits because of the unforeseen items. And it's ephemeral. The exempt debt is ephemeral just to that project.
Awesome. All right, then in that case, advisory members who are making motions on capital simply move favorable action or no action, and with the amount in your motion, but don't specify the funding source. Sound good? All right. With that, I will take a motion from advisory regarding Article 11, item number 1, elder housing window replacement in the amount of $300,000.
Do we change the amount?
Oh, sorry. Well, yes, actually, your motion will need to change the amount. So, because in the
Okay,
warrant it says
so
300,000.
I would move favorable action for the elderly housing window replacement in the amount, and Steve, correct me if I'm right, $230,000.
Correct.
And thank you for that diligent work of getting the appropriate bid.
Can I get a second on that?
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second on the floor. Any advisory discussion relative to the motion? All right, I'll take a roll call vote. Mark Albers,
Aye.
Wasim Basili, Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Steve Leahy,
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion carries 8-0. All right, item 2A for the select board, gate and fence replacement. And it's in the amount of $25,407. So now, Jeannie, are you here for this one?
I guess so. It's the presentation I made in front of Capital, Selectmen, and also Advisory. It's replacing the 2 swing gates at the main entrance with a rolling gate similar to what's at the transfer station. It makes it easier to open and close. It's a little more secure. We've tried repairing the ones that are there now, and they're just beyond, they're beyond help. And the other is to move the gate at the boat ramp further down the boat ramp. It'll make it harder for people to access the pond with kayaks, canoes without a boat permit and without the pond being open. And it's also going to allow us to rip up the asphalt at the top of the boat ramp and put down like DPW is going to help put down like a stone surface. So it'll cut down on the stormwater runoff from the street down the boat ramp.
Thank you. And let's see, select board and capital budget. Have you guys voted on this one?
Yes. The select board voted on March 17th to support this 5-0.
Thank you. Corey?
And capital budget voted to recommend favorable action on this as well.
Thank you. All right, opening public comment period on capital item 2A, gate and fence replacement. Last call for public comment. All right, closing public comment, opening advisory discussion. Any advisory discussion on gate and fence replacement?
Only comment is Farm Pond is, as often said, the hidden jewel of this town, and I think we need to do whatever we need to do to ensure it survives intact. I think this may be associated with some of the information that we saw in the presentation by Ellie and her colleague this morning when they were talking about some of the algae blooms that are happening. I know that there have been too many instances of watercraft getting into Farm Pond that have not been cleaned, that have not gone through the proper processes. It sounds like from what Jeannie says, this may help prevent some of that. I am all in favor of this capital expenditure.
Thank you. Further advisory discussion? All right, hearing none, I am closing advisory discussion, reopening public comment. Last call for public comments. All right, closing public comments and opening the advisory voting session. Can I get a motion relative to the gate and fence replacement capital item.
I move positive action on the gate and fence replacement item number 2A in the capital expenditures.
Can you just include the amount?
Sorry, in the amount of $25,407.
Thank you.
Second.
Right, I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any advisory discussion relative to the motion?
Is that free cash?
I think we decided that we were, yes, in our previous discussions, we decided it's free cash, but I think that in the brouhaha about the windows, we determined that we don't actually need to make that determination at this public hearing. And so we will, I think in consult with the finance director and the treasurer, we'll determine those at the motions meeting. All right, Eric?
Maybe I got confused with the last one. I still think you have to make a determination on free cash and whether it's going to bond. I think a bonding is whether it's with and without the levy. Was that the difference? And maybe I misunderstood that.
No,
maybe
the discussion we just had, Eric, was that always in the history we've discussed today, advisory just votes on whether to spend the money or not. And then outside this meeting, they meet with the finance director, go over the budget and decide which is free cash, which is debt. And from there, it's not usually determined in their motion today. It never has been.
Okay, so let's say, so we're voting on the ballot today, and we have to do that due to timing on the actual election itself. This is not on the ballot. So this, just, you know, this on the proposed ballot that we have before us, that we're meeting tonight, does not include the fencing to the gate. So if now in some other meeting, they decide, oh, we're going to bond this and make it exempt, and then it kind of can't be done. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Right, exactly. That's part of the discussion we've had in past years. Well, this is not on the ballot, so we cannot, that's not one of, exempt debt is not one of the options if we don't put it on the ballot.
Okay. Like, I don't mind if the other one
It's not
goes
one of
up.
the options to, we don't leave, if it's not on the ballot, that's not an option for advisory to spend this money. So
It's like, for example, the window replacement, if that winds up, like we vote to keep it on the ballot, but they say, okay, we're not gonna make it exempt, we're gonna put it within the levy. The vote is just moot, you know what I mean? It's no real harm putting it on there, but this one here is not included, that's all.
right, so their options are then either free cash. If it's not on the ballot, it's either free cash or non-exempt or exempt debt.
Okay.
Or exempt debt. Sorry, I'm confusing my words.
No, I know what you mean. Okay.
And I believe the treasurer has a list of kind of her recommendations for which items will be free cash. And I think hopefully when you have your discussion later today, you know, she'll be there. And so you'll use that to help inform your decision on what to put on the ballot. And like George said, if it's not on the ballot, then at the motions meeting, it won't be an option to make it a borrowing item. So.
And if it's free cash, I believe it only needs a simple majority as well at town meeting.
Correct. All right. My voting session is getting mucked up, but I believe we do have a motion and a second on the floor. So any further discussion about the motion? Right. If not, I'm going to take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili. Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion carries 8-0. All right, item 2B, which is engineering service, Maple Washington Street roundabout. I assume it, all right, Frank Hook.
Yes, good morning. I have a presentation on this.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Frank Hook. I'm on the planning board, and the goal of this warrant article is to increase the pedestrian safety of the Maple and Washington Street intersection, to make this intersection ADA compliant, to attain traffic calming and safety, and improve traffic flow. This warrant is a request for the engineering design of a roundabout, the repair of 500 feet of sidewalk, the addition of ADA compliant crosswalks, for an engineering cost of $150,000. The big question is will this roundabout fit in the existing intersection? We just received a diagram from the engineer last night. The blue lines, if you can see my cursor, show the private property lines. And you can see that the roundabout does fit within them. This is a picture of the current intersection. This area up here is the UAC church. This is the library and the lawn by the town hall. And these are the across the street private properties. The history of this is that there was a traffic light proposed in 1994 that was withdrawn due to fierce citizen objections. In 1996, a roundabout was proposed, preferred by the citizens. In 2003, it was proposed again, but there was a disagreement on the scope and the size of the roundabout and was withdrawn. We are looking for a roundabout because roundabouts are safer. They have fewer conflict or accident points. They reduce serious traffic crashes, slow down traffic, continues functioning during power outages, improve the sight lines, as well as improve general pedestrian safety. By this diagram, you can see a picture of a roundabout versus the traditional four-way intersection. The brown or orange dots indicate the vehicle-to-vehicle conflict or accident points. The blue squares indicate the vehicle's pedestrian. As you can see, there's significantly less, 16 versus 50 total potential accident points with the roundabout. Roundabouts also have environmental benefits by reducing exhaust emissions, improving fuel consumption, minimizing storm water runoff, with the added benefit of not having to wait for traffic lights. Roundabouts are better for the environment. My colleague in the planning board, Elizabeth Wendorf, will present the rest of the presentation.
Thank you so much, Frank. Hello, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Wendorf, associate member to the planning board. Roundabouts, as Frank described, are a really great option for us, and we have support from some of our neighbors. In Norfolk, they installed a roundabout at Route 15 and Main Street, and their police chief, Chuck Stone, commented that in addition to reducing congestion and making that intersection much safer, he wholly recommended the change and called it a huge success. We also have support locally from both our police and fire chief in town expressing support for this intersection improvement. The plan for funding for this project is first to access Complete Streets, which is the Massachusetts Department of Transportation program, provides funding for construction, but not engineering of safe and accessible travel modes, emphasizing access to pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. This is not a new program for us. We've seen this in action around our town with the North Main Street sidewalks, Pine Hill, and the Trailhead access projects, which have been completed, in addition to upcoming projects, Sanger Street sidewalk and South Main crosswalks. So our plan, timing-wise, is to gain approval at this year's town meeting for the engineering design in the amount of $150,000 to apply for Complete Streets and other grant money, gain town meeting approval next year for the project, and hopefully have a completed roundabout in the summer of 2023. And again, the goal of this is to make our town safer and more accessible for pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles, for our residents and for visitors to our town as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's see, select board and capital budget. Have you guys voted on this one?
Yes.
Go ahead, Eric. No, Eric, go.
The select board voted on March 17th, 5-0 to support this article.
Capital budget, unfortunately, we have had no contact from the planning board about this. And when it appeared on the warrant, it was to our surprise. We request that anyone making a capital proposal, one, identify as specifically as they can what they want to make the expenditure for. 2, that they make a statement of need, and 3, that they give us a supporting documents about the cost of it, including bids, and if relevant, its impact in a 5-year plan. I think that perhaps Elizabeth and let's see who was, and Frank, you may want to contact Joe Shanahan, who was the chairperson of capital budget. We're meeting, I think, next Tuesday, and that you could make a presentation to us at that point, and we'd be able to vote on whether we're recommending or not recommending favorable action.
All right, thank you very much. We'll be there.
Okay.
Nice. I'm sure there's some confusion there as well, because on the warrant, it's listed that the lead department is the select board, not the planning board. So there's some kind of miscommunication there as well. Eric?
Yeah, actually, I'm just commenting on my own, not as a select board member. It looked like there were 2 property encroachments on the figure that was shown on the opening presentation there. And one was a public property of the library, which might require a vote of the library. Another one is actually the, looks like a private property. Because it's complete streets, do we know if, I know it says sidewalks on all 4 sides. I'm not looking to pick apart this design, but it is important when it's property encroachments, because we thought there was gonna be none. Are these 4 sidewalks all necessarily complete streets and don't connect to anything? I guess is my first question. And 2, as this gets refined, is there opportunity to actually pull the encroachments away, especially from the private properties? I'm guessing Sean's looking to answer my question.
Yeah, Sean, can you answer that?
I mean, that's a draft. That's the pre-design. But they assured us that there isn't, there's nothing encroaching on the private property. All the work, except for possibly some regrading, would be in the right of way. So there's nothing. There is. I mean, it shows some yellow that goes into that driveway, which is probably just a repaving of the end of that driveway because the grading changes. But there's nothing that'll be constructed. And you're correct. There isn't sidewalks on all 4 sides of that intersection. There isn't currently, and there won't be. So it is abnormally clipped towards the side of the stone walls.
If you look at the open figure, it does look like there's as proposed, and I know this changes a lot when it goes to final design. It does look like there's a sidewalk encroachment on the private property, and unless I looked at it wrong, the private property is a blue line.
Shall I pull that up again?
Eric, isn't that the point of doing the engineering study so they can fix these things? I mean, this isn't a final design, so.
No, I get that, but once you go encroachment on private property, trust me, it's a whole different level of design, right-of-way acquisitions, right-of-way certification. If it becomes a TIP project, which is actually it goes into the federal level of that. So it triggers a whole different ball game versus no encroachments. That's all, especially with private property.
All I can tell you is I've been assured there's going to be no private property taking or encroachments.
Okay.
There is. The property line is not necessarily the stone wall either. But there's no intended taking with this design.
Okay.
Paul, you're muted.
My vote in support of this article was based on the representation that there be no eminent domain takings at all. And I am a little concerned when I'm looking at this drawing for the reasons that Eric has already articulated. As a municipal town council myself, I have often get involved in defending lawsuits involving eminent domain takings. I would not wish that on the town of Sherborn. So I would like some confirmation, in fact, from the engineers ultimately, that this project is not going to involve eminent domain takings, or if it does involve eminent domain takings, that it be done with the consent of the property owners, with negotiated compensation for the taking of the land. So I'm not sure how that, I think going forward, we want the authority to continue down this track, but I'm just raising a red flag that I agree with Eric, and that there are serious concerns if we're going to be taking private property. Thank you.
Can I just stress that that's a schematic that was done at 4 o'clock on a Friday. We committed to putting a drawing in. You cannot put engineering standards on a schematic that we stuck on the screen for a Zoom hearing. It's not engineered, but we were assured there's going to be no taking. We shouldn't really go down this rabbit hole right now. The engineering's not done, but we've been assured that there's no taking. There's plenty of room for the intersection to fit.
If I may, can I go back to that drawing for just one moment and try to clarify something?
Yes, if it can be brief.
So do you see the drawing on the screen?
Yes.
So the blue lines are where the property lines are, according to this, the existing property lines. The yellow is just proposed new pavement. So there is no yellow that's going crossing any of the blue lines at any of the locations here. The only spot right here is very close, and there's just a touch of it happening right here, which is close to the library on Sanger Street, which has that future work being done on it as well for sidewalks.
Okay, I see that.
Great.
So there is really not an encroachment. There is not a issue here of taking by eminent domain any property according to this drawing anyway.
I think I was looking at the library line. Okay.
Thanks,
So,
Marion.
yeah.
You're muted, Marion.
Assuming that the eminent domain question will be resolved and that won't be an issue, I think it would be useful at town meeting to show the people of the town exactly where the sidewalks are actually intended to be, not just a schematic, but say a modified schematic or an overlay on the Google map to show people exactly how it's going to work, because people know that intersection pretty well. And if you show things that are not going to be there, I mean, it just confuses the issue. So I would just propose a better visual there.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Steve, Lanny Rubin's waving his hand. He doesn't know how to do the raise hand function, I don't think.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Lanny.
Well, having just spent a few months in France, which is crazy about small roundabouts, they're fine when the traffic is light and medium, but when the traffic gets heavy, they create rather unpleasant congestion and a fight for priorities and right of ways. I'm not sure at that intersection, since it will be a small rotary, whether that is the best solution. Did anybody look into moving Maple Street a little bit to the west and maybe cutting across the library lawn with an extension of Maple Street? Because the issue is the point of view. And I just wonder whether this is the right thing. It's going to create a lot of congestion during rush hour of cars going around that little rotary.
Thanks. I got George and then Chris.
I'm gonna defer to Chris go first because he's gonna probably answer Lanny's from the planning board perspective, and then I'll go after Chris.
Thanks. Go ahead, Chris.
The discussions of moving the intersection and putting a light there was raised about 25 years ago. It was strongly opposed, and I don't even think the state now would agree to that solution. So
no, I'm not saying a light. I said nothing about a light.
well, if you move the intersection, it would take a lot of land taking as well.
Thanks, George.
I just want to reiterate that we need to get this engineering study going because this intersection is by far the most dangerous in town. My wife has had an accident there with one of the members of advisory's kids in her car. So it's if you use that intersection on a daily basis, you know that this is a priority. A roundabout is a great solution. It's something we can get moving on to fix a real traffic safety issue, there's no reason we shouldn't move forward with this engineering right away. We're notorious about waiting and doing things slowly in this town. So let's move on this before we have a even more serious accident there.
Thank you. Sean?
I just want to correct the terminology. We keep talking about engineering studies. We've been doing engineering studies for 30 years on it. This is asking for the engineering services. This is to design the entire project so it's ready for permitting and building. We already referenced the previous studies, decades of traffic safety meetings and public safety meetings, and just a massive amount of data with traffic crashes. So we're not studying it anymore. This is to design it.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Last call for the initial public comment period. All right, closing public comments and opening advisory discussion. Jane?
Yeah, two questions. Has any kind of traffic study been done, to the point about roundabout potentially increasing traffic? Or not increasing the traffic, but increasing the time it takes traffic to get through?
Chris, go ahead.
Yes, we actually have about 25 years and about 5 different studies. And if you'd like me to forward a pretty large box to you, I'd be happy to.
Well, no, Chris, I'm really not interested in the large box of documents. What I want to know is, have we done a traffic study that tells us yes or no, we're going to be creating a traffic problem or we're not?
All the traffic studies that I have looked at that were commissioned by other planning boards and traffic safety and by the state all say the roundabout is the best thing. And yes, when there's a lot of traffic, they do say it keeps traffic moving, but it significantly slows it down to about 25 miles an hour, which I think also benefits cars coming into town.
Okay, and are we confident that there is a design that can be created that would not involve a taking?
The engineering firm feels strongly yes, but again, we don't know 100% for sure. And I'm not going to speak for them, but they have said that to Sean. They should be able to work within the right of way.
I don't know, Sean, did you want to comment on that, or?
There's zero consideration of a light, if that's what you were asking. The engineers are not assessing whether or not a light is needed. You don't design both.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking whether we are confident that it is possible to do a design that would not involve a taking.
Yes, they would not have sent it to me in this form if they were still considering a taking.
Okay. And then my third issue is really a comment based on what Corey said previously about this not having been presented to capital budget. That's a concern for me, just from a process point of view, that advisory would be asked to vote on something that has not come before capital budget. So maybe this is a question for you, Steve. If we do decide to make a favorable motion on this, could we have that motion be qualified by, approval, contingent on approval by capital budget?
Yes, I think that would be okay for me.
Thank you.
All right. Any further advisory discussion?
Yeah, hey, Steve. Steve Leahy here from advisory. I mimic or I agree with Jane that I'm a little concerned with the lack of process and going through the formal chancellor process. I certainly am no traffic expert, but on advisory, having not seen any of the plans, options, or studies at all to back up the need for this and the cost for this and the potential expenses and the bids that are coming in for this, I would have a hard time backing this $150,000 expenditure on an engineering study at this point in time.
Thank you.
So I think we should follow the process as well, and I would certainly be in favor of this contingent capital budget committee weighing in.
Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, a little bit on the process. This certainly isn't the forum we'd be designing or reviewing the needs assessment of a intersection in town. This has been studied. So the process, it's a little short-sighted to say it hasn't been. This was part of the Complete Streets plan that the town voted and adopted. The town did, the select board did, in many, many public hearings. So this is just getting to the phase of actually doing the design that we committed to that we would do when the state adopted our Complete Streets plan. So it's online. It's been online for several years. We're checking off the boxes. We're not talking about the cost of the funding right now, of the construction.
Thank you, Sean, for that clarification. I was not aware.
And we did present this somewhat to capital budget when I was there, but we didn't have a final cost. Those were coming in late. I did have the final cost for the select board a week ago, and I believe they already voted on it.
Excuse me, you have given information to us on other projects, Sean, but there's not been a presentation about this project, and there has not been a discussion of cost about it at capital budget. And we're certainly looking forward to hearing about it.
Thanks, Corey. All right, I've got Gino, who is presumably making a comment as a town planner.
Yes, mainly just to back up what everybody else has said about the long, many years of study and review of what should be done at this intersection, and particularly in the last about three or 4 years, where Planning Board and DPW have been working together on the Complete Streets prioritization list. And just to note, I think it's great that we can go to capital budget on Tuesday night, but I did several weeks ago, I did reach out to Mr. Shanahan about the capital budget list, and had not received a response. I was not specifically asking about this project, but I was asking about the capital budget in total. So I should have followed up on that, but there was some contact, and as Sean said, he had also mentioned it, and we can complete the process at the next meeting Tuesday night.
Thank you. And I would like to restrict any more discussion about whether this project has or has not been presented to capital budget. Either way, capital budget has not voted on it, and it would appear that there should be an intent to present it on Tuesday. That should not have no specific bearing on the advisory motion as to whether or not people did contact capital budget. I think advisory, we probably know what kind of a motion we're going to try to make. So we are still on the advisory discussion. Any further advisory discussion? Jane, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still a little stuck on the traffic concerns. I mean, obviously that's a dangerous intersection and I'd like to see that fixed, but we also have a major traffic problem already on Route 16. So, this is something that I would like to understand better before we would move forward with something like this. So my question is, would the engineering design just be an engineering design, or is there still going to be a point in the process where we will get more robust information from those traffic studies to better understand the cost benefit, safety and traffic issues?
Gino?
Yes, I just want to say that, as you may know, I for many years, I was consulting planner in the town of Norfolk when they constructed that roundabout. And there were similar concerns before that was built. They have a commuter rail station and the train parks across the road, blocking it during commuter hours. And there was some concern that the roundabout would increase congestion there. And just the opposite has happened. It's been, the traffic flows much better now than it did previously before they did that intersection, and the police chief's comments support that. And and confirm that. So just for whatever that's worth, I wanted to note that.
Thanks, Sean.
Another clarification, we are, I did mention that this is asking for the design, not the study. The study is currently happening. In the reason for the timing, because it may not be a surprise, not everything in the world revolves around this meeting schedule, but sometimes it's just construction season. The engineering was done in conjunction with the survey that's part of the other Complete Streets project, the sidewalk. So we did all the survey work at the same time. So the firm right now, the reason we just got this drawing yesterday at 4 o'clock is because they're currently working on it, on basically the study. So what we got for one schematic today will be a much more comprehensive set of slides for town meeting, if that's appropriate, with the work we're doing. So the study's ongoing. We're asking for the engineering. So they're certainly most of these questions, if not all of them, will be answered better there. Again, we shouldn't really be rehashing the entire needs of a design of an intersection in this meeting. So there's really no reason to beat the horse anymore, because we're not going to be able to answer it. People that don't think traffic comes from that intersection are still going to think that today. But there's a multitude of studies, and we can probably spend 30 minutes if you want at town meeting floor going over it.
Is there any reason why this year this item is necessary in the grand scheme of the projects and the town planning and the road work? And that's for anyone who knows the answer.
Well, it's the next one up on the Complete Streets plan.
Chris, did you have anything to add to that?
Well, I was going to say exactly what Sean said. If it were up to me, this thing would have been done years ago. But it's next on the Complete Streets plan. My goal is in October, once we have an understanding, then we'll apply for the Complete Streets grant. There's $400,000 available. Hopefully we'll get all of it. And then over next winter, we're going to work to fill in all the existing holes with funding of it. So, but that's why it's up now. In the past, we used Complete Streets money for other things. So this was next on our list.
Thank you.
And I do want to point out, are we still in the public comment period, or are we in an advisory discussion? I'm getting lost now with this discussion. I believe
think
that
we're in advisory.
Yeah, we're in advisory right now. So I'm going to restrict comments right now to advisory. So hopefully, yeah, there's going to be a second public comment period. I do want to say that I feel this discussion is getting a little bit off the rails. I understand, Jane, your concerns about whether or not the traffic studies have indicated that this is the appropriate solution. I think what I'm hearing from the various parties involved, including the DPW director, the planning board director, and the sponsors of this. Also, we have statements from both the police chief and the fire chief. They are overwhelmingly in support of this, and they indicate that many studies have been occurring over the past several decades. The fact that they don't have a complete summary of all of those traffic studies for this hearing, I'm not sure that I can ding them for that, because I don't know that their expectation was that they needed to justify this particular project, because I think in their mind, all of that has already been done in public meetings, and this is the solution, and they're simply beginning the process of making it happen. I would suggest that anybody who still has doubts about whether this is the correct answer or not, that you should contact those people offline and try to have your concerns addressed. If you're an advisory member and that's going to prevent you from voting in favor of this today, so be it. And you are welcome to either vote against or abstain. So unless I hear an overwhelming number of advisory members who are all sharing in that concern and are likely to not vote in favor of this today, I would like to limit further discussion of that particular topic. So with that in mind, yes, go ahead, Paul.
we have this on as a ballot question and need to know your reaction to this expenditure before we vote to go to the voters with a debt exclusion override. We need some
That's
guidance.
not true, Paul. Things can be moot on the ballot like they have for many, many years.
Well, I'm not going to vote in favor of anything that doesn't have advisory.
I'm just saying, we vote on the ballot.
I'm not anticipating that there isn't.
Why do we bring
going
this
to
up on
be-
every single capital item?
Yeah,
We've talked
Paul,
about
I'm
it
not.
100 times.
Thanks, George. Paul, I'm not anticipating that there won't be a significant majority opinion on this from advisory as we vote today.
I'm just urging you to take action today, at least
Yes.
on a preliminary basis.
Yes. With that in mind, any further
Now,
advisory discussion?
just one question in.
Yep.
So I think I saw something about stormwater runoff. Why would the roundabout improve stormwater? Just curious. And by the way, I'm in support of this. Just stormwater runoff. Why is that something that changes whether you have stop sign or whether you have a roundabout?
So if I would answer that, if automobiles are standing and idling at a traffic light, there could be the opportunity, the chance of the fluids from the automobile piling up in a certain area. And when there is rain and there is runoff from that, that can create some of the those problems.
Thanks. Chris, are you going to also address that question?
Yeah, that information came from Mass DOT. I think it has to do with the center island having pavers and not being a paved surface. I'm just guessing, but that information came from Mass DOT.
Thank you. Further advisory discussion.
Hey, Steve, I just want to clarify my earlier statements. Now that I understand this is part of the city streets, previously town voted project, I will be voting in favor of this.
Thanks. Further advisory discussion. All right, closing advisory discussion, reopening public comment. All right, I've got George and then Eric.
I just want to address what Peter Galatano brought up about why do we have to do this year? That's a sorry, Peter, but that's a terrible question because we do that in Sherborn notoriously. Let's push it off for another year. Let's push it off for another year to study more. I mean, that's why it took us 10 years to do the Pine Hill Road. Let's move on projects that are necessary. And we've thought about this for many, many years, and it probably would have cost a lot less had we done it in a more timely basis. And as I mentioned earlier, one reason to do it is to stop having accidents at that intersection. We've got to worry about public safety in this. And when everyone in public safety is saying, let's do this, let's move on it. Let's stop wasting time because, well, we might want to study one more thing on it. Let's move on things and stop being the Sherborn way of, oh, let's push it off another year.
Thank you. Eric?
Yep, just speaking as myself, as someone who's in charge of transportation improvements in a much larger community, I actually agree with this design. I agree with the concept. It makes perfect sense. Anyone who's observed the intersection, you see you have heavy traffic counts coming in from all four directions, which is warrants actually a traffic warrants such an improvement. Anything like a signal or realignment will be way more expensive. Will be much more well, maybe not the signal, but the realignment will be much more property acquisitions. And actually, it'll have property acquisitions where this one won't. And a signal will be long-term maintenance and will not actually overall improve the traffic flow through this area. So anyone that has doubts on this, at least to what extent, I can assure you as a professional engineer in charge of traffic improvements that I support this design, this as it is. I'd like to apologize for misreading the plan initially, which indicated there's a private property taking that created unnecessary drama in this. It's clear to me that there is no such concerns on this, and I would encourage the advisory to move forward and support this this expenditure. Also for the fact that not just Complete Streets, but for any grant funding you go for, let's say you went for TIP, or even if you went for like ARPA funding, or not ARPA, but TIP, or the proposed improved infusion of federal funds or complete streets, you need a design to go for it. No one wants to give you construction money without a design. End of story. And this one will actually fit, I think, 3 different types of grant fundings, given that it has regional significance on a numbered route. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Further public comment? Last call for public comment. Closing public comments, opening the advisory voting session. So I will take a motion relative to the capital item 2B, the engineering service for Maple and Washington Street roundabout. And keep in mind that if you would want to include into your motion a provision about approval by capital budget to include that.
So I'll move that, I'll move for favorable action on this, subject to favorable approval by capital budget committee. In the amount of $150,000.
I second that motion.
Right. Any discussion from advisory relative to the motion which is on the floor? All right, I'll take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basali.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
And wait, did I miss anybody? Did I pass over anybody? No. All right, I'm also an aye. Motion carries 8-0. All right, I'm keeping an eye on the time. We're a little bit past noon. What I would like is to get through all of the capital items before we break for a short lunch. And I would like to include Article 12 in that because it is capital, it's regional school. It's only a separate article because it is shared with the region. All right, so keeping that in mind, let's try to be efficient with our comments. Item 2C, town buildings and facilities in the amount of $190,000. Sean?
So the next 3 are, sorry, I think the next 4.
If you want to
for
cluster your
Lincoln-
presentation, that's good.
What's that?
If you want to cluster your presentations for all these, that would be fine as well.
Yeah, well, I'll premise it by saying, Corey Lincoln's going to agree that I don't think they voted on any of these. We had some conflicting meetings, so I didn't make it back to capital budget for the final votes on these. So I'll just kind of click through all 3 of them. The town buildings and facilities, the 190,000 was basically borrowed from the 5-year plan. We have the ongoing on-site insight report progress. So that basically just picks up where we left off. We know, and we'll talk about the same thing with roads, the numbers, that were based into the formulas from 2019 and 2020 are obviously way off on materials, availability, materials, labor. So clearly some of our future years are going to be higher than what was anticipated in the 5-year plan. But that's where that picks up. So town buildings and facilities, 190. Do you want to stop and discuss them, or do you want to just go through all 4?
Let's go through all 4, and then we'll just we'll have to do separate votes on them and discussions.
Right.
But I would just want you to get through them all in one block.
All right. So stormwater, which includes the MS4 compliance. We did this 2 years ago. I don't actually remember. I don't know if it was a standalone article. But that goes into mostly the consulting, which most people recognize as AECOM. Each year we have a little bit more duty for our MS4 compliance. Being in the Charles River watershed, we're going to have to start doing more public meetings, which you're all going to be invited to, for phosphorus reduction. There's a lot for the community to learn, and then we have to start doing some implementation in the future years. So there's a lot of planning that goes into that, and then physical work as well. So we anticipate in probably the next six months, we'll use up what we had from the previous article. So the 200 is expected to finish out this year and probably get us all the way through next year, we hope. That's stormwater equipment. This is a pretty small ask this year. Again, this is not the time to be trying to buy large equipment if you don't need it. The pricing is a little chaotic and the delivery schedules are unheard of. So this is just comprised of a roller, a trailer, and then a compactor to go with it for our asphalt work. This isn't for major road work. This is for the small patching that we do in-house. Sidewalk repairs, which are badly overdue in a bunch of areas. So that's what that is. We have to retire the equipment we have. It's quite old. And then our annual roadway management, we upped this a little bit. We had a lower estimate when we first started, based on the 5-year. This again is from a study that we did a couple years in a row on the progress of our largest asset, which is our roads. We somewhat matched this to match a couple of projects that we anticipate doing. I don't have approval to do them yet, but I also don't have the funding, so I really can't ask for the approval of select board. But this again gets combined with the Chapter 90 funds that we get every year. Every year we get about 260,000. That's the same 260,000 we've basically gotten for a couple of decades. It has not kept up with inflation. It hasn't kept up with any price increases. So it has a diminishing value. So currently we're forced to spend more each year just to keep up with the assets. So that's it. That's a $500,000 ask.
Thank you. And let's see, select board and capital budget. Have you guys voted on these 4 items? So that's 2C, 3A, 3B, and 3C.
On all 4 of them, town buildings, stormwater, equipment, and road management, we voted on March 17th, 5-0 to endorse or to support.
Thank you. Corey?
Yes, we have capital budget has not voted on any of these 4. We're still awaiting some information.
All right, thank you. Do you anticipate voting on them on Tuesday?
If we receive the information, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, opening public comment period. Paul?
Well, I just wanted to tell Sean that the state legislature has preliminarily approved 100 million additional funds for winter road repair, which would mean another 125 for Sherborn. When I say preliminarily approved, the committee has reported favorably. The House committee has reported favorably. So that's on track to get passed, and so you'll have a little bit of extra money. That's just an FYI.
Thank you. Further public comment on any of these 4 items? Marion?
Yeah, for any of us that were involved in the workshops this past year on MS4 compliance regarding phosphorus reduction, it's an unfunded mandate that potentially is going to cost the town a lot of money, and we had no budget for it, and it is a mandate. So it's important that we put aside some money to cover what we're going to have to do to implement phosphorus reduction.
Thank you. Further public comment? All right, I am closing public comment. And I should say, because I didn't actually announce that these were clustered as a consent agenda, we should actually do separate votes and commentary for each one. So I'm going to open the advisory discussion period for the town buildings and facilities. And I would just say that I think that if whoever is making a motion wants to do the same contingency as to approval from CBC, I think that's fine. And I believe, Dan, I think I've assigned you as the write-up for all of these, and you are on the capital budget committee. So hopefully before the time that the advisory write-up is due, you will have you will know whether or not capital budget has approved these items.
Yep, that should all be fine.
Thanks. All right, Jane.
Yeah, I wonder, Sean, if you could help us understand what that 190,000 for town buildings is for, what the breakdown on that is.
No, I don't really have a breakdown to go through. I mean, it's projects that range anywhere from some tight tanks that need to be replaced. There's one at the fire station that needs to be upgraded and replaced, to the roof at town hall. We're in the final stages of finishing what we needed to finish for town campus, but that's what that was a big portion of the previous money and still somewhat to be funded. There's gutters at the police station, which was, you know, formally part of the list. That's a good example of a project that was designed and ready for bid. And the market just didn't even allow me to put it out to bid. I talked to people in the industry that said, please don't even bother trying to put that out to bid. You're not going to get the materials. You're going to get ridiculous prices. So there's a handful of projects. Garage doors at the we call it Fire Station 2 on Farm Road are just, you know, they're ready to be ordered. So it's maintenance and then upgrades of facilities. I don't have a specific list of what the 190 will go to. Like I said, if I gave it to you, it would be about as accurate as a fuel price from 2019.
Well, maintenance wouldn't be in this, right? Because this is a capital budget discussion. So I guess I don't need to say any more about that.
Probably shouldn't.
I mean, I think it does track to the on-site insight report, right? So
yeah. Right. And you know, loosely, the loose term of maintenance, I would say is, you know, sometimes there's maintenance items that fall under capital, not exactly how you would define it in the finance world, but in other places you would. Sometimes people would refer to redoing your roof as maintenance, but it's a capital item.
all right, any further advisory discussion on just the town buildings item? All right, closing advisory discussion, reopening public comment, and actually let's restrict to just the town buildings item. Last call for public comment. All right, closing public comment, opening the advisory voting session on item 2C, town buildings and facilities in the amount of $190,000. And again, to remind anyone making the motion, CBC has not reviewed this or has not voted on it yet. So if you would like to make it contingent on approval by the Capital Budget Committee, feel free to do so in your motion.
I move positive action on item 2C here, town and buildings facilities, $190,000 capital expenditures contingent upon review and positive recommendation by the Capital Budget Committee.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion relative to the motion? All right, I'll take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili. Brendan Daly. Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. Motion carries 8-0. All right. We had initial public comment covering all 4 items. That was closed. I'm going to open advisory discussion on item 3A, which is the stormwater MS4 compliance for $200,000. Right. Hearing no advisory discussion, I'm going to close advisory discussion and reopen public comment on the stormwater. Last call for public comment on stormwater. Closing public comment on stormwater and opening the advisory voting session for stormwater.
I move favorable unconditional action on the DPW stormwater MS4 compliance for $200,000.
I second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any advisory discussion relative to the stormwater motion, which is unconditional favorable action?
Peter, would you be open to a friendly amendment that we do have the qualifier on the capital budget committee?
James, in a friendly way, because we're in the 4th year of a 5-year plan, and this is one of those unfunded mandates. And I'm writing it up. So yes, I would be open to that.
All right, so the motion has been amended. All right, any further discussion relative to the motion, which is now favorable action contingent on capital budget approval? Right, can I get a second on that motion, actually? On the
Second.
amendment. Yeah, thank you. Mark this down correctly here. So Jane made the amendment and Dan seconded the amendment. All right. We now have a fully moved and amended motion for favorable action contingent on capital budget approval. Can I get a roll call vote on that? Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Bosley. Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. Motion carries 8-0. All right. 3B DPW equipment. Let's see. Can I believe public comment was already opened and closed. So advisory discussion on DPW equipment. All right.
You can start a motion here and now?
No, because I have to reopen
sorry.
public comment. Yeah, and I got to come back. So I'm closing advisory discussion, reopening public comment on DPW equipment. Last call for public comment. Closing public comment. Now I'm opening the advisory voting session on item 3B DPW equipment.
I move favorable action subject to capital budget committee approval in the amount of $36,500.
Second.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion relative to the motion? I'll take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Bosley. Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion carries 8-0. All right, item 3C, roadway management. I will open the advisory discussion on roads. All right.
Just sorry, real quick, just a question, I think for Sean off the top of your head. So is this a larger amount than previous last year? I'm sorry, I don't have the info in front of me.
It is. Are you curious to know what roads I might be asking for?
Nope.
Nope. He just wants to know, is it higher? It's higher. All right. Any further advisory discussion? All right. Closing advisory discussion, reopening public comment on the roadway management. Last call for public comment. All right. Closing public comment and opening the advisory voting session.
Move favorable action subject to capital budget committee approval in the amount of $500,000.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any advisory discussion relative to the motion? All right, I'll take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion carries 8-0. All right, capital item number 4 for the fire department breathing apparatus. I've got Chief Zach Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one slide.
Perfect.
Share. So I think as you're all well aware, we're requesting these funds to replace 8 of our self-contained breathing apparatus units. We were fortunate enough to receive a grant in the amount of $147,000 2 years ago to replace 21 out of our 29 units. The FEMA did not elect to replace 8 of those. So we're looking to replace our last 8 to fall in line with the standards of our new ones. A lot of the 8 that we're looking to replace have been in disrepair, and they've been out of service intermittently. The new units, like I said, will be the same as the other new units that we've already got, and they include some important safety features for our people, including better air monitoring, better exit awareness to get them out of potentially dangerous situations. And the masks and the units themselves have higher temperature ratings. That's just a brief summary of this request.
That was 2 slides, Zach.
You're right, it was.
That was twice as many as you promised.
Yeah, you got me on that one, you know.
Thank you. Eric and Corey, has select board and capital budget voted on these?
Yeah, select board voted March 17th to support 5-0.
And capital budget voted to support a recommendation for positive action.
Thank you. Opening public comment on the breathing apparatus for the fire department. Last call on public comment. Right, closing the public comment session. Opening advisory discussion. All right, hearing none, I'm closing the advisory discussion and reopening public comment. Last call for public comment on the fire department breathing apparatus. All right, hearing none, I'm closing the public comment and opening advisory voting session.
I move to approve or for favorable action on the request for breathing apparatus for the fire department in the amount of $65,000.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any advisory discussion relative to the motion? I'll take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili. Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion carries 8-0. All right, on to item number 5 for the police department, a police cruiser. Got Chief Tom Galvin here.
Yep, and good afternoon. So this request is for the purchase and upfit of a Ford Responder F-150 pickup truck to replace a 2016 Ford Interceptor SUV patrol vehicle with high mileage. This is a little bit of a change over the last few years as the vehicle that the department had been purchasing Chevy Tahoes. We're moving to just provide a little bit more utility for the department. Currently, when we have training activities or we have large pieces of evidence or property to pick up, we don't really have a way to transport that. The DPW can help with some things, but not in hours when they're not there. And we often have officers transporting items for training in their personal vehicles. So one thing that we did try and do with this request early on in the process was to move to a hybrid electric vehicle. Unfortunately, with the issues facing the auto industry in this past year, they actually shut off the order window for police vehicles in calendar year 2021, so that we weren't able to make that request. So I will say that as we move forward and with future requests, we are committed to working with sustainability and moving the police fleet to alternative fuel or hybrid electric vehicles in the future.
Thank you, Chief. Eric and Corey, have Select Board and Capital Budget voted on this item?
Yep, the Select Board voted March 17th, 5-0 to support.
And the Capital Budget Committee voted to recommend favorable action.
Thank you. Opening public comment session on the police cruiser capital item. Last call for public comment. All right, closing public comment period, opening advisory discussion. Any advisory comments for the police chief? Hearing none. Oh, go ahead.
Right. Pickup trucks do consume a little more fuel than SUVs, right?
Actually, on this, we're moving. So the SUVs that we've purchased in recent years are actually V8s. This is actually a V6 motor. So it's actually a smaller motor, even though it's a pickup truck versus the SUV.
Thank you. Any further advisory discussion?
I want to say thank you also for, considering. So thank you.
All right, any further advisory discussion? All right, closing the advisory discussion and reopening public comment. Last call for public comments. All right, closing public comments and opening the advisory voting session. Anyone want to make a motion?
Move for favorable action on purchasing a police cruiser for $56,000. Second.
Thank you. I've got a motion and a second on the floor. Any advisory discussion relative to the motion on the floor? I'll take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili. Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. Motion carries 8-0. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, item number 6 for the Sherborn School Committee, Pine Hill School capital item. Dawn Fattori, are you here?
I am here. Thank you. I'm here representing the Sherborn School Committee. I'm Dawn Fattori, the business administrator. We're requesting some floor replacements. It's a combination of tile and carpet. It's going to include 8 spaces, both classrooms and offices. We're in the process, if you've been following along, doing a complete replacement of our flooring in Pine Hill probably over the last 5 years. We are replacing the typical VCT tile with a ultra quartz tile, which is actually a very low maintenance. And the beauty of this is it takes away the old-fashioned routine of stripping and waxing. So it's also very environmental to our community. All the floors have been deemed to be needed based on useful life and wear and tear to be replaced. We do go out to bid on this using the state contract. And so the $68,000 that's being asked is the pricing for those 8 classrooms based on the current state contract that we are utilizing.
Thank you. And let's see, Eric and Corey, have your boards voted on this?
Yep, on March 10th this time, we actually voted 5-0 also to support.
Capital Budget Committee also voted to recommend favorable action.
Thank you. Opening the public comment period for the Pine Hill School capital improvement item. Last call for public comments. Closing public comment and opening advisory discussion. Dan?
Hi, Don, thanks. Could you just say again the number of spaces? You had said 8 classrooms, maybe also some offices. Could you just repeat that?
Yeah, so it's a combination of 4 classrooms and then 4 rooms that are both serves dual purposes. It's some of them are offices for front office, actually, the counselors, special ed rooms, so they're multi-use rooms. But right now we're planning on doing 4 tile and 4 carpet. I should mention too that we've moved towards the carpet tiles versus the broadband sheets. And so what that allows us to do too is, as certain areas that have wear or tear or there are stains that we can't take care of, we're able to pop those tiles and replace them. So if you're in the school, you'll notice that we've used that in the auditorium and the library. And we're seeing really good wear on those products.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks. Any further advisory discussion? All right, hearing none, I'm closing the advisory discussion and reopening public comment. Last call for public comments. I'm closing the public comment period and opening the advisory voting session. I will entertain motions relative to the Pine Hill improvement.
Move to approve expenditure for capital item 6 for the Sherborn School Committee for Pine Hill School for flooring in 8 spaces in the amount of $68,000.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any advisory discussion relative to the motion? All right, I'll take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Bosley. Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion carries 8-0. That closes Article 11, but I would like to kind of push on to Article 12, not only just to, if nothing else, just so that Dawn can get her part done with and not have to stay here any longer than she has to. So let's see here. Article 12 is the regional school capital expense. You want to present, Dawn?
Yes, so thank you. And also present is the school committee chair for the region, Kate Potter. And so she's there in case you guys have any questions. So we haven't been before the board for the town in the last 2 years for capital because the regional school committee has been able to fund the amount of capital projects that we have using our excess deficiency, which is sort of our free cash. But as you know, we've been looking, we operate on the on-site Insight 20-year capital plan, and we've had looming over our heads the larger roof replacements on all of our buildings. So starting in the fall of 2020, we engaged with a industry consultant to inspect actually all of our school buildings and begin the assessment process for how we move forward. So the rooftops that were deemed to be the most in need of replacement were our middle school building, which also encompasses the gym, and Lindquist Commons. In addition to sort of isolating or helping us frame the timing on this, they also evaluated whether or not what kind of candidate we were for either a restoration or a replacement. So based on the amount of, and they use an infrared scan to add that extra piece of information. So based on the low water spots that we have actually on all of our buildings, we were a candidate for restoration, which involves applying a reinforced fluid substance on top of our roofs, which actually seal them in and gives you a warranty of 20 years. Based on that, the 3 roofs that we're doing did go out to public bid in January. So the amount that we brought forward to the school committee and the 2 towns is a solid number that is based on a bid, which is the $1,575,000. Again, that covers 3 rooftops. Because of the large cost of this project, we are coming forward to the towns through an IMA to fund it, the region's assessment piece of it. So Sherborn's piece of that is for the current year, we're looking at 44.61%. So it's $702,607. So that is the cost of that capital project for the town of Sherborn. Trying to think.
Sorry, Dawn, can you just repeat that number, the assessment for Sherborn again?
Yep, it's 702,607.
That was 44.
702,607. Yeah, 44.61. Those numbers are actually already in an executed IMA that's been approved by all 3 parties. So that has been finalized. A couple questions that have come up over our other presentations. Obviously, we knew when we would be looking at all of our rooftops, we would be considering the idea of solar. If you've ever seen an aerial overview of most of our buildings here at the region, it is pretty much jam-packed with all of our HVAC equipment. So it's deemed not to be a good candidate for rooftop solar installation, but we have been working with Amoresco and one of our options here at the region, because of some of our open lands, is to potentially do some ground level solar. So that's something that we do have on our plate to continue to evaluate, but we are not doing any solar in connection with this roof restoration on the current buildings that we're bringing forward to you.
Thank you, Dawn. And Eric and Corey, once again, have you guys looked at this?
Yep, on March 10th, the board voted 5-0 to support.
And capital budget has not voted on this. We were only awaiting the final number for Sherborn share, so that will be voted on at our next meeting.
Okay, thank you. And then to confirm again that the intermunicipal agreement has been signed and fully executed by all 3 parties, right?
Correct.
Thank you. All right, public comment period is open for the regional school capital expense. All right, last call for public comment. Closing public comment. Opening advisory discussion. All right, closing advisory discussion and reopening public comment period. Last call for public comment on the regional school capital expense. Closing public comment and now opening the advisory voting session.
I move favorable action in the amount of $702,607, subject to capital budget committee approval.
I second that motion.
Thank you. We've got a motion and a second on the floor. Any advisory discussion relative to the motion? All right, I'll take a roll call vote. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili. Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion carries 8-0. Right, it is currently 12:44. We've gotten through all of the capital. Part of me had hoped we would get a little bit further than this, but I would propose that we break for a very short lunch. What I would like, obviously, everybody who is not on advisory has been welcome to leave and get your own lunch this whole time. For advisory members, I would propose a very short break to essentially just allow yourself to have a bathroom break, get some food, and then feel free to eat while we are continuing the meeting. We're less than halfway through the warrant, and I would really like to try to get through it today. So just so this is kind of on the up and up, I'm going to propose that we take a 10-minute break and come back at 10:55. So I'll take a roll call vote to suspend the hearing for 10 minutes. Mark Albers.
Aye.
Wasim Basili. Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Dan Sickle.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. All right, I am suspending and we will be back at 12:55 p.m.